Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. We are Beulah Lane at Temple Kepharim. Welcome back to another Shabbat day. We are so grateful to have you in our presence today. May the Most High be praised. So we're going to get into it, y'all. We're not going to waste no time. We're going to give acknowledgments to the Most High for whatever it is you would like to thank the Most High for today. Who would like to be first to thank the Creator for whatever it is that they are thankful that the Most High has allowed them to experience or brought them through this week? If you're in the listening audience, we would ask that you would like, share, and subscribe. And if you wish to acknowledge the Most High, then you can either come on the screen or you can just type it on the side of the room. Type it in the side of the room and we'll speak on it. We'll bring it up and we'll post it. But it's always better if you come and speak your piece before the family. All right. Shalom, shalom. Shabbat shalom, Ima. I guess Ima might be sidebar. Ima got a bunch of children over at the house with her right now. She got a bunch of children at the house with her right now. That might be what she's doing right now. So I'll speak. Since I'm the only one that's here right now, I'll speak. I'd like to thank the Most High for bringing us through another tremendous, tumultuous week. A lot of things have happened this week. A lot of things have transpired. But the Most High is good. He's good. Just like the lesson of today say, time is your true teller of all things. Time is the true teller of all things. And we're grateful. We did a lot of traveling this week, up and down the highways, and the Most High allowed us to make it safely. The Most High has blessed us and protected us, as what our prayers are every week to this King, and we're grateful. I heard a story today. I watched it on the media, on the news, on Facebook, where this gentleman and his wife was arguing, and she was exposing him. He was exposing her. He said she cheated on him. He said she cheated on him, caught a man in a bed with his wife. And she says that he cheated. He says she's got pregnant by whoever she was cheating with, and that's what caused him to go out and start cheating. Family, these things that we see, they're real. And if you're in these situations in your life and you see that something like this similar is happening in your life, it's time for you to take heed, because it could be a dangerous situation. Families shouldn't be arguing, fussing, and fighting with each other. Husband and wives. You shouldn't be in a tumultuous relationship. That man on social media took that woman's life. He took her life on social media, live broadcasts. She's no longer here. And then he turned around, put the gun on himself, and shot himself. Once it's over, it's over. There is no coming back. Once the breath of life leaves you, it's gone. So you have to be more serious about what it is that we do and the people we involve with in our lives, because it could be the very one in your household. The one you think would never be the one could possibly be the one to cause the end of your days to come soon. The end of the days on this earth. So therefore, family, you got to watch, you got to pay attention to your relationships. Can't all that arguing and fighting and bickering and going back and forth. It's never good. It's never good, especially if you're living a life supposedly as a servant of the Most High. Peace should be in the front of your mind. Spiritual development and awakenings should always be your every effort in this lifetime to draw closer to the Creator. That should be your primary goal. And if you're in a relationship, if you're in a marriage, and the majority of the time you see that you two are arguing, fussing, and fighting, or when you do argue, fuss, and fight, and it's an enraged emotional state, that should be an indicator that that relationship, you two probably shouldn't be together. And if at all possible that you two can end that relationship, you probably should before someone is destroyed, before someone's life is taken. You know, you have to be careful. And this is real. Part of the problem is, like on a video, the young lady was speaking as if this wasn't a real situation. She said, "Oh, you're going to take my life just because I," as a joke, she would say, "You're going to take my life just because I expose your secrets," as a joke. And he took her life, killed her, right on the public for the public to see. We have to be mindful, family. These things are real. You have to embrace it. I'm thankful to the Creator. I'm grateful to the Most High that I'm able to embrace the relationship that He has blessed me with. You know, the union for the wonderful Nashim that He's blessed me with. And the people that the Most High has brought in my company that are good people. You know, I'm grateful to the Most High for that as well. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Aisha. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. You are the first one who made your acknowledgement known, your presence known today. So there are a lot of things that we have to be thankful for, family. And we should always acknowledge the Almighty for the things that He has done for us, to us, and with us in our lives. Life should not be taken for granted. Life is an important thing. The struggle of life is an important thing, which also shouldn't be taken for granted. All right. So if there's anyone else who would like to thank the Most High, now is the time to do so. Yosef, Shabbat Shalom. My brother, Shabbat Shalom. Thank you for joining us today. All right, Ima, you want to thank the Most High for anything, Ima? Listen, family, if you're in the audience, now the time will we acknowledge and be grateful to the Most High for what He's done. We type, or you can hit the link and come in and speak your piece and acknowledge the Creator for what He's done for you in your life, whatever it is that you want to thank Him for. Whatever it is you might want to thank the Almighty for, now is the time to do so. Ima, are you ready yet? You need a little bit more time.
And I'm ready. Sorry.
All right.
Okay. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom Lakulam. Ubokoto. May the Most High be praised in all things and everything. Giving thanks and praises to Him for allowing us to rise this rising on this Shabbat day. Blessing it is to see the sun. And I'm just thankful that the Most High allowed us to, go through our week, the different activities, the traveling, all the things that He had, and He had mercy on us to see us be here to this day. And so I'm always grateful. Shabbat is my favorite day of the week. So many reasons why. And a lot of them are very spiritual and personal. And I'm just thankful every time I'm able to come to this day. On Friday evening all the way to Saturday evening to be able to praise His name and set that time apart for Him. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the Creator for my Horim and the continuing of their legacy through myself and all their grandchildren, through my family and their comrades and friends. I'm thankful to the Creator for my husband, for the blessing that He has bestowed upon me, for giving me such a husband, and allowing me to join into the family that He has already formed, and we, just grow our family stronger and stronger and bigger and bigger. So to the Most High for that. I'm grateful for the blessing of just being able to experience the things that I experience on a daily. Sometimes it's like, sometimes some experience you're like, oh, why is the Most High, allowing this to happen or showing me this? But every time he does, it's always for a reason, and it always comes to fruition. Sometimes before I could even ask why or what's this about, the answers are always right there. So I'm grateful to the Creator for allowing me to have that insight that he has blessed me with. I'm thankful to the Creator for just showing me things sometimes, and then it'll just like, and I mean, when they show me things like through my dreams, I will be thinking something or something will show up in my dream, and then it'll just happen the next day. Usually I'll tell my Ish about it just so that it doesn't happen, and then I'll be like, oh, I dreamt about that. But just to I tell him mostly so that we could prepare ourselves for whatever that dream was trying to show me or tell me. And so I do try a lot to remember my dreams when I feel like it's something that was significant about it, to be able to pinpoint whatever it is. Preparation, I look at preparation as key. And a lot of times the Most High will show you different things in different ways. And it's a sign to prepare yourself for what's to come. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the Most High allowing my family and I to travel safely. I had to fly to Philadelphia, and then we traveled by driving on the road to Ohio, and then we drove back, and then I flew back to Georgia. And yes, it was, traveling at times. It can be very nerve-wracking. We had some different storms as we drove home. It was really bad. We could hardly see. And then, on the planes, it's just the up and down sometimes. So I'm just grateful that the Most High saw fit to allow us to arrive to our destination safely and home to our destination safely. I'm grateful because as worn out as I was really tired, you guys, because we traveled, and then my flight was at like 5 a.m. So we had to get to the airport. I got up at 3. And as soon as I landed in Georgia, it was just like I was on the go from 3 a.m. till about 12 midnight on Thursday, which was Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, everyone. For those who I did not see or we did not see prior. But I did some things on Juneteenth. Couldn't make some things that I truly wanted to make. However, there was a festival and my sister and I both set up. I set up a table to broadcast the school, and my sister set up because her and her husband have a vegan business, a vegan food business, Jamaican food actually. And so I was there to help them, and it was actually really beautiful. We got to see a lot of people, meet new people, saw some old friends from my high school that I didn't expect to see. And then just some family friends that knew my parents and came to the booths and was just talking to us and giving us, accolades and just thanking us for continuing to do the work that our parents have left before us. And so, that was a great experience. Was able to do that. And yes, I was very, very exhausted. And then the next day I got up and went and picked up 2 of my nieces and my nephew who are in the age range of 3 to 9. And so I have them with me for the week because we're doing a summer camp here in Sparta. That my friend and I, who's from Sparta, we're doing it in the city of Sparta because the city had decided, or the county decided, that they didn't have any funds. They didn't get any grants and things to host summer camp this summer. So they were just going to cancel everything. And my friend and I, she came to me, she asked me, what I want to do. And I said, whatever she decides to do, I'll support her. So we doing a summer camp for 2 weeks. It's basically a free camp. No one's getting paid. We have so many volunteers, though. It's just beautiful to see the elders come out. They're called the grandmothers of the county. They coming out and helping. We have a bunch of high school teenagers who are also helping, and they're getting community service from it. And then we just have about 50 children from the community. And I brought my nieces and my nephew so that they can experience. And yesterday we went for the first time because I was out of town, and they had a ball, and it was just beautiful to see the works of my sister friend and I's hands come to fruition, because we did it in a matter. We actually talked about it, and we got it done probably in like 3 weeks. So I'm just thankful that the Most High saw fit to allow us to do this for the community. A lot of times people speak about what they're going to do and what they could do. So I'm grateful that the Most High allowed us to actually do it, because at first we were like, I'm not sure, but then everything just started to fall into place. And so all praises to the creator for that. I'm thankful, and I am very thankful that I do have my nieces and nephew here. They are young, so of course, I have older children, so it's like having little children in the house again, but it's fun. I love, to have my nieces and nephews around. And it was just fun last night. They wanted to just lay up, and kind of everybody was laid up with me. My nephew, I had put him in his own room, but he got a little scared because this is his first time spending the time out here on the land. So he came in and got in the bed with us, and we just all talked, and they watched the movie, and yeah, it was just peaceful, and just to see them interact. So I'm grateful, and I pray that the Most High allows them to have a beautiful week, a growing week of experiences, learning and seeing new things, and allows them to go home and, tell their family, tell their parents, and brag about, the time that they had. And my nieces always come out here. So for my nephew, this is like his first time really spending a whole, as he says, 7 days out here on the land. So all praises to the Creator for allowing all things in greatness to happen, and even all things in sadness to happen. I'm grateful because he allowed me, this was my first week. This was my first, and I do Father's Day. This is my first Father's Day in my entire life where my father was not here physically. Like, he's no longer in this life. And so, yeah, it was more emotionally, internally difficult, but I had a great time because that was the same day we celebrated baby Kez's, BK's first birthday party in Ohio with the family. And so, I allowed that to engulf me in the happiness, and that was a beautiful experience. And then also, this is the 9th, June 17th was the 9th year of my mother passing. And it was the first time I wasn't amongst my siblings during this time. But the Most High made it still a peaceful and a blissful day. And I'm just grateful once again for the Most High's mercy, his presence forever. I pray forever in my life. And I believe that's it.
May the Most High be praised. You didn't say that your little nephew, Mansa Musa, was afraid. No, you didn't say that. You didn't say he had to come get in the room and get in the bed. You didn't just tell the world that Mansa Musa, in his young age, it was afraid to be in the room by himself on the land. You didn't say that, did you? Mansa Musa, y'all got to meet this little guy, man. This little guy, I mean, he's one of the young intellectuals of the world. Believe me, he's one of the young intellectuals of the world. And I would have never imagined that he would have been afraid in a room by himself. No.
Well, it was a little bit to it.
It was more to it. Oh yeah, you know what? At the house, we got a metal ceiling, and sometimes the branches, the wind blow, and the branches makes noise on the ceiling. So that might have been it too. He might have been a little scared of that. But no, I can't believe that. Not Mansa Musa. No.
Abba, he's a child. He's a child.
He's a male child. You probably thought he was afraid. He wasn't afraid.
Yeah, he was. He was.
No, you see, that's that womanly feminine instinct kick in that just make little kids, little male children. That's why young boys need to be with the males, not with the females. Good thing he's only staying for a week. Maybe when I get down there, we'll keep him back and keep him a little longer. Because I would have had him stay in his room and man it out. I
Wow.
probably would have went in the room with him and chilled with him to make him feel better. But to take him, and I want y'all to really imagine this. She's in the bed with two female children. She brings a little young male in the room, puts him in the bed, probably slept him down the bottom of the bed. All that's cool. But that's not doing nothing for his masculinity as a young man. It's hard for a woman to understand what men need. And I'm not disputing you did what you were supposed to do as a woman and as a mother and as an aunt. You did your part. I'm not saying that it's right. All I'm saying is that you did your part. So if it had been me or his father, I promise you, had it been his father, oh man, Musa would have been in the room by himself or with his dad. It's just the way it would have been. Yeah.
Well, that's my nephew. And I was right there when he first took his first breath out in this world.
See, that's how y'all feel. Y'all women move off of their emotions and Mansa Musa is afraid. Come here, Mansa. Lay up here with us. No, we make my little son is this little boy a year old. Let him be afraid and watch what he have to do to get him to grow up to be strong as a man. So I understand what they're saying. Y'all women, go ahead. Y'all go ahead
and as his first here, I'm not going to torture him or make him feel like, I did talk to him, and then I said, okay, we're going to all come together. When I was little and I spent the night at my aunt's house and we were all together, one thing it's about, children like to still be all together. We used to all bunk together, either sleep on the floor together. And the only reason why he didn't sleep on the floor because we don't have carpet. And I just don't have a lot of space in this house, which you already know. But normally, when myself and my cousins and my siblings and I would go to my aunt's house or my grandmother, we would all sleep in the same room, in the living room, watching movies, staying up all night. And so I want to give him that same vibe and experience because that's what it's all about. It's time where you bond and and it's his bonding time with me. I'm one of his favorite aunts.
Yes, auntie. Yes, auntie. Yes. He would have been on a blanket on the floor, bonding with us. He would have been on a blanket on the floor with a pillow. He'd have been chilling, but he'd have had his own space. If he had to be in the room, he would have been on the floor, on the carpet, on a blanket, or something.
All right.
You know?
Yes.
Y'all, our women, we got to teach these women how to. Well, we can't teach them because they're not going to listen anyway. Because their emotions are going to kick in, and they're going to treat these children like women would treat their children. The difference between you and your aunt was that it was your aunt and it was you, two females. That's different. Spoil the females, let them be scared. Come and get up underneath of me if you're scared. Do all that stuff with the females, but with the young men, it's a different world. And we talk about that another time.
Yeah.
But Mansa Musa would appreciate it if in later life had you just put him on the floor and say, go lay on the floor, Mansa. Musa. We call him Musa. So lay on the floor, Musa. He'd have been all right. What'd you say, Ima?
We'll try that tonight.
Yeah, we'll see. Creator willing. But we have to, and I'm only jumping on this because this is real. We have to keep a distinction between male and female. We have to. When we all cluttered up in the bed together at night, resting, sleeping, the boys with the girls and the girls with the boys, unless it's an emergency, that shouldn't happen. She asked me, look what she asked me. Sister Aisha asked me this question. Prince, you ever sleep in your mother's bed? Let me tell you about when I slept in my mother's bed. I was in third grade, first, second, and third grade, up until the third grade. And we were so poor that I had to sleep in my mother's bed. We didn't have no lights on. We didn't have any water in the house. So therefore, it was in the wintertime. We didn't have no heat. We had an extension cord running out of the window of my house into the neighbor's house next door so we can heat up a hot plate on the stove where we had a big pot of water boiling to try to keep the room warm. That's how Prince grew up. So yes, we were all laid in the bed together, underneath of the blankets, underneath of the covers, and I had two sisters and one brother, my mother and her husband. We was all in that one bed together on almost every night of the week. That's how I grew up because I was so poor. I didn't have money. My family wasn't wealthy. We were broke. So therefore, we were forced to do that just to stay warm because it was so cold. So I'm thankful to the creator that now I don't have to experience that. Neither does my children have to experience that. I am so grateful. But we gotta teach the people how to raise the children, how to raise young men. You know, yeah, I'm glad my mother didn't put me on the floor at that time too, because I would have been cold and probably froze to death, and I wouldn't be here with y'all today. So I'm grateful. All right. So let's go on with the rest of this service, y'all. Please let's get this agree. Let's get this going. All right. Uh so what I got jumped on. It's just to
No,
talk about grown men need comfort too.
it
Yeah,
is. They. Mhm.
she said he wanted comfort. Oh boy, y'all just got it all twisted. Y'all
No,
got, and then AIM gonna side up with her talking about, yeah, I agree. All praises to the Most High for another day of life. I'm grateful for the family and friends He have placed in my life. All right, may the Most High be praised. Shabbat shalom, AIM. Shabbat shalom, Mr. Otter.
can
Shabbat
I say?
shalom, family. Brother Yosef. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Ima, I'm sorry. You want to say something?
Yeah, I do also because it wasn't. I mean, I get your point, and I respect that. I do. And normally, I don't have the boys and girls sleep together because initially that was the goal. However, as my nephew's first time here, spending the night here, and he rarely spends the night out. It's either with me, with family at his father's house, or with his grandparents. He's not one of those. You know how my family is. We're very so. Him coming here, and I didn't think he would be scared. He's 9 now, but I also, you never know with children because especially if they're first time. But either way, I did what I did because I knew what he needed at the moment, and I still love the fact that I allowed him to come and bond with us because that's going to be lasting in his memory, just like what you're saying would have been lasting. And like you said, I'll try it tonight, and most high willing, and I think he'll be fine, honestly, because of who he is. This rising, we were like, I showed them, the album with my dad in it. This album. I don't know
Can't
if you,
see that, but okay.
yeah, because of the blur. But anyway, and so I was like, "Oh, y'all can y'all pick out who Pop is with with my nieces and nephews?" And they picked them out, and he looked at me, he said, "Pop is gone? I mean, like gone?" And I was like, "Yeah." So you don't remember? And he started to, get a little emotional, and then he walked away. And then his little, soul, how soul is like the grandmother of them. So she's like, "Musa, are you okay?" And he walked away, and he just sat there. And I don't have room this house is not that big, Aisha. I don't have room for air mattress in this space, but he'll be comfortable. So, so he walked away and sat there for a while, and I let him deal with his emotions. Like I pick and choose of how to deal with it. So I let him deal with his emotions, and then he came back in and he actually talked to me about what he was feeling about. He said, "Well, Grandpa and Pop are gone." He said, "I have nobody here. I made a promise that everything would be okay for them." And I talked to him about his emotions about it. I didn't go over there and grab him up and like kiss him and all that stuff all over him so he could just cry. But I let him have his space and we talked about it. So, like you said, Musa is very intelligent. He has his moments. However, last night, I chose to do because I don't want any child to ever feel like they're afraid here. I want them to always know that their auntie, I'm going to make sure they're comfortable. And the same thing I do when your grandchildren are here, because you have a grandson who was bigger than me, who was afraid to sleep outside in his tent. And he did not the whole time. And we made sure he was comfortable, because it's truly about making sure the children are comfortable. And we all going to take different steps about it. And, but I was just saying that to say that, Moose is very intelligent. And, but sometimes children just take things differently at different times. So, I can read the thank yous and stuff if you want me to.
I don't know if I have the opportunity to say anything. Everybody jumping on me. I'm gonna tell y'all this. This is what I will say. Children today are not like children of yesterday. They didn't grow up like we grew up. We grew up, we were forced to do things, forced to be young men. It's very rare that people from our age was swallowed and cuddled and lovey-doveyed and all that type stuff by their aunts and their mothers and all them other people. We had men in our lives who really, I mean, it didn't have to be your father. We had uncles, you had cousins, you just had older people in your life who was doing what they could to show you how to be a man, you know. But Musa, he got the comfort, the family, he got everything he needs to become a great man. So I'm not doubting that. All I'm saying is that we got to let the boy be afraid sometime. And even if we do comfort them, we can't comfort them like we comfort the women or the female children. We have to comfort little boys in a different way so that they still learn the distinction between male and female and know that they're men. They're growing to be men. So that's all. You did what you do. You did what most, I ain't gonna say any, you did what most women would have done.
Yeah.
So it's cool. It's over. We're gonna move past that. I'm sure Musa appreciated it at the time because he wasn't too scary no more. Was it? Yeah, it is what it is. Musa is a very intelligent man, very young man, young boy. He's very intelligent and he has a very strong, courageous spirit. That's the normal for him. So I'm sure he'll get over that. He'll sweep that under the rug, and it ain't gonna have no effect on his life later on. I'm sure. I'm sure. So we gonna move on. We gonna move on. Shabbat shalom, man, Musa. May the Most High be with you. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, you got jumped today. Yep. I'll be quiet about it. I'll leave it alone. So, did you want to read the comments before we move on?
King. Sister Aisha says, I am thankful for a sister's love. I'm thankful for the laws which guide us. Shabbat shalom. And then Aim Kitir says, all praises to the Most High for another day of life. I'm grateful for the family and friends he has placed in my life.
May the Most High be praised.
And then my sister wife Autumn says, I am grateful for a year or 13 months of life with our son, baby Kez.
May the Most High be praised.
Autumn also says, emotional unstable boys create mentally unstable men, and we all know a man who can't control his spirit can destroy cities. Oto.
Yeah. May the Most High be praised. Torah. Is that it? Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. Shabbat Shalom. Let me mention this, though. I want to mention this because y'all got to watch these young boys, too. So my son, he's over here in his playpen. On the playpen sits on the floor. He's in the playpen, and I could be sitting in the living room. His mom might be upstairs somewhere. So he starts crying. This little cry that he do. And I just look at him and tell him, be quiet. Hush up. He shut right up. A few minutes later, he'll play a little bit more. He stand up. He start that crying again. The reason why he does that is because he's trying to get your attention so he can get out of the place that he's in. It's not like he's crying because he got to go to the bathroom, because he's hungry, because he got to be put to sleep. It ain't that. He's crying so that he can change the situation that he's in, because he's accustomed to every time he cry, his mom or another female will come and pick him up and, oh, what you crying for? But Abba don't play that. Abba don't do that. Abba let him sit there and cry for a few minutes. And that's it. Men don't do that. Men usually let young boys be young boys, but they know the difference, because after a while, and they see that they're not getting the attention that they're crying for, they change their behavior and go back to playing. It's something strange, man. But when they want to get out, they want to move or change their environment, they let out a little cry, and the motherly instincts inside, or the female instincts inside of the females, go right over there and pick them up and butter them up. But not with Abba. He wants his mom. He wants his mom to spoil him.
Shabbat shalom.
Hey, Shabbat shalom, y'all. Look at Mansa Musa. That's what I'm talking about. Soul and free. Shabbat shalom, y'all.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
How y'all doing today? Y'all all right?
Yes.
All right. Y'all be good.
Okay.
Shamia, Heavenly Scale. Shabbat shalom, sis. Me and Koresh. Shabbat shalom, Koresh. Shabbat shalom, my man, Koresh. Go ahead, sis. Did you change that on the paperwork yet? That'd be nice. May the Most High be praised. Me and Koresh is in the room. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yes. Since wife Autumn says, I'm also thankful for the safety of my family in Ohio, Beulah family, and more. At our son's birthday party, I saw one of my best friends. Go ahead. For over 10 years, we haven't seen each other since I moved to Philly.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. But Ima, you can always come take the mic and speak your piece and say anything. I mean, Ishi, you can always take the mic and speak your piece and say what you choose. You on the screen. All right. Is there anyone else you need to read?
No.
No? Okay. Nobody else want to thank the Most High for anything special? Anybody else want to thank the Most High for anything special? So while we're doing this, family, you should be out getting your commandments, so that when we call for the commandments, you're ready to present your commandment. You're ready to present your commandment. And also share, like, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. If this is your first time here, subscribe to the channel. I think we got like 300 and something people. 335 it looks like, or we shooting for 1,645,000,000. That's what we're shooting for. We can only do that if you help. So if it's your first time here, subscribe to the channel, ring the bell, hit the link, and share the page. That way other people that we can't reach, that only you can reach because they're connected to you some type of way, they can also hear the good news of the Most High. We're going to get into a full Bible study lesson in just a few minutes, once we finish the commandments and once we finish the acknowledgments to the Creator. That's how we do. You know, a lot of other places you go, they make prayer first thing when they open up their class, and then they get to the class. Well, we worship and praise and honor the Most High in a different way. You can't keep going everywhere where everybody do the same thing the same time, always. There are repetitions for years. We don't move like that. We do things differently. In our way of praising the Most High, this is how we praise the Most High. All right? We usually close out with a prayer, but we open up in this manner, speaking about the goodness of the Creator. You know, if you got a song you want to sing, you can sing a song. However you want to praise the Most High, even if you want to pray, just let us know, and we'll give you the floor, and you'll have that opportunity to do so. All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. So let's get started here. Who would like to be first to give us a commandment? Anyone? Who would like to be first to give us a commandment? The link is posted in the room. If you like to come on the screen, just hit the link, set up your account. You can come right on the screen and you can speak. If you want to speak and be seen, then you can speak and be seen. If you just want to speak, then you can just come in and speak. It's up to you. The decision is yours. May the Most High be praised. All right, we're on a portion of our day when we do the commandments. Who would like to give a commandment to the Almighty? Would anyone like to give a commandment? Who would like to be first to give their commandment?
Shabbat Shalom. I have my commandment. Oh, well, let me. Brother Asa says he said, I'm thankful for the mercies of the Creator and his wonderful works in the lives of my family.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Brother Asa. Shabbat Shalom. All right. Does anyone else have a commandment? Does anyone like to present their commandment for the day?
Shalom, I have my commandment.
All right. You ready?
Came.
All
Shalom,
right.
everyone, and I'll read Sister Aisha's after. Shalom, everyone. My commandment can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot, chapter 23, verse 5. And it reads, if thou see the ass of him that hateth thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him. And so that just reminds me of the same law that talks about seeing your enemy's donkey or ox or whatever in a ditch and not helping. So it says, if thou see the ass of him that hateth thee. So if you know someone that doesn't like you, but you see that their animal, their sheep, whatever it may be, because now we have so many things outside of an ass, which is a donkey. And it says, lying under his burden, you don't just let the animal suffer because of the hate of another person. You do your best to help that animal and even help the one that hate you to get his animal out of harm's way or from suffering. So that's what I got from that.
All right. May the Most High be praised. So what if you got an enemy or somebody that you see that doesn't like you, speak ill about you, and their child is in trouble? Do you help them? Or do you mind your business and say, no, I can't mess with that?
I still help. Mm-hmm.
You help?
Yes.
Okay.
To the best of my ability, if I'm able to.
Okay. May the Most High be praised. Very good. Very good.
Yes.
Sister Aisha says Deuteronomy 24:5. In the first year of marriage, a man should be very attentive to his new wife. All right, we're going to examine that scripture. Iman, would you like to read that for me, please?
Kane, I'll go to it now. So I play.
If you got to get busy, I can do it.
No, she was just asking for something. They already ate. They're just, you know how children get.
Deuteronomy 24:5. And what does it say?
Reading from the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 24, verse 5. And it reads, when a man have taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year and shall cheer up his wife, which he hath taken.
When a man has taken a new wife, he should not do what? He should not go out to war.
Go out to war. Neither shall he be charged with any business. But he shall be free at home 1 year and shall cheer up his wife, which he hath taken.
All right. And sis has, for her understanding of that, see, this is what we do. We present the commandment, and then we give our opinion of what the commandment means. We translate it. So this is the opportunity for everyone to show their moral skills at this time. In the first year of marriage, a man should be attentive to his new wife. While I agree with that, I mean, always, even after the first year, a man should be attentive, paying attention, watching and seeing after a new wife or a wife, period. And then she goes on and says, his energy should be limited to building up his new family and home. All right. Now, while I agree with what you're saying, that's not necessarily what that commandment is talking about. When you think about it, it's speaking about if he's just taken a wife and he hasn't had the opportunity to enjoy her, he could lose his life. And that will be a sad thing for a new wife to have a husband and he hasn't had time to really engulf himself with her and really have the pleasure of having a wife there. That's a sad thing. And the Creator tried to make provisions by giving that commandment. Not that you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, Sister Aisha. Not saying you're wrong. I appreciate and respect and I honor your commandment and how you interpreted it. All that's good. But all I'm saying is that the Father is speaking about going to war for us after we've gotten married for a man. Now, when you think about also another part of it is about people interpret it as handle his business as far as working, like he shouldn't go to work. A lot of people believe that. But in reality, the man has to work. If the man doesn't work, how he's going to provide for his family? If he takes off from work for a whole year to sit there and sit up underneath of his wife, that will do two things. That will make him less of a man because he's all up underneath of his wife. Nobody needs to be together that much. That becomes oppressive. Everywhere you go, she go. Everything you do, she got to do. And women don't really like or enjoy that type of stuff because men things are for men. Women things are for women. Sometimes you can combine the two things together, but it can't be combined consistently. So there's no way that man should be with that female or his wife consistently for all that time. That doesn't even make sense on a regular level as opposed to speaking on a spiritual level. And the Father wouldn't put that type of burden on a man because he knows the man needs to go make his bread. He needs to go do what he needs to do to survive. So I don't want everyone thinking that this man in order for him to keep this commandment of the Most High, he has to quit his job and stick up underneath of his wife. And that's all that man is allowed to do if he wants to serve the Creator in righteousness. That's not what the Creator requires of us as men. He would never require anything such as that. And that would make the woman quickly grow weary of her husband. She don't want to be around you like that. I wouldn't think she do. And if she do, maybe both of y'all lazy. I don't know. Or if she do and you go to work with her, maybe y'all can create some type of business where the both of you can find pleasure in being around each other for that amount of time. Usually, it's just my experiences, not to say that I'm perfect and right in everything. But from my experience, when you first meet a person or you're married to a person and y'all are always in each other's company, always, after a period of time, maybe a year of that, you start despising your mate. You start looking for some room to breathe on your own. That's just the way the Creator made us. But this is just my experience from what I've learned. Nobody wants to be up underneath of the other person always, all times, and every day. I just don't. I have never experienced that where it was a successful situation. And psychologically, I can't see where it would be a successful situation. Either somebody oppressing the other one, forcing the other one to do something, or you two will soon drift apart. So, I'm only 39 and 3/4 years around the sun. So, we're gonna leave it like that. All right. All right. Ima, where did we leave off at?
Off reading Thaisha's law. I don't think the only one I see put a law after that was Ain Keter. I believe I'm scrolling. Yeah, Ain Keter, and then Brother Asa. So I'll read theirs. Let me go to it. Ain Keter, she has her law is in can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot 22 and 21, and also in Deuteronomy 10, verse 17 to 19. So I'm going to read, since I'm already in the book of Deuteronomy, I'm going to read that one first and then go to Exodus. Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 10, verse 17 through 19. And it reads, for the Most High, your power is a power. Hold on, I'm reading 1 second. Okay.
You put it in the freezer?
Go in there. So it says, for the Most High, your power is the Most High of gods and Lord of lords, a great power, a mighty and a terrible, which regardeth not persons nor taketh reward.
I took it out.
Shh, I'm talking. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loveth the stranger loveth the stranger in giving him food and raiment. Love he, therefore, the stranger, for he were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. All right, let me go to Exodus, chapter 22, verse 21. Exodus Shemot. And it reads, Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for we were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. And Aim's explanation is, the implication here is that the children of Yisrael occupied a land that was legally theirs, with all the rights and privileges and that foreigners who lived among them were at their mercy. How do we apply this law in current situation, being that we consider ourselves strangers in the land?
Okay, that's a very good question, Ain. That's a very good question. But here we go, Ain. We're not strangers in this land. We have been taught that we're strangers in this land. But if you do the research, archaeological research will prove and verify that our people was here way before the Europeans. Our people was here thousands of years before any outside Indian or whatever they call those people, before any of those people came over here. Yisrael, our people of color, we were here. Matter of fact, when they brought some of our people over on the slave ships, they did not bring all of our people over. Some of our people was already here prior to the slavery of the Europeans. When they talk about Christopher Columbus discovering America, Christopher Columbus discovered America. He got here. When he came to the shores of America, there was already a people already here, people of color, our people. When you look through the book of Genesis, the 10th chapter, around the time the birth of Peleg and Serug, it also tells you that the earth was divided in their days. So what that means is that a lot of our people were on the earth, inhabiting that part of the earth prior to the separation taking place. So you got to know, people of color, the children of Israel, we are indigenous to America. We are indigenous to America. A lot of our people, the tribe of Dan, came across these seas many years ago, way before some Christopher Columbus. Dan was the tribe, the merchantmen, the sea merchantmen who went out on the oceans and explored, and they were here. They came to these seas, these lands. You go and look at they found this old replica of the Ten Commandments engraved in stone in ancient Hebrew. Who do you think did that but the children of Israel? No other nation did that, just us. We did that because we were here. And these things go back thousands of years before the Europeans have even stepped foot, before anybody even knew about a European man. These things went back thousands of years. So this situation of slavery, when they got us on these slave ships and brought us here, please don't think that that was the beginning or the introductory to us as a people being here in America. The Indians that you so-called Indians that you hear about, when you find old pictures of the original Indians, they look like you and me. They don't look like those people from India. And they don't look like the Tonto well, Tonto was kind of dark. Tonto was kind of dark. But a lot of those Indians that we see today, they're a mixed breed. They're a different house. And I'm going to tell you why. I don't recall what year it was. I like to have my facts straight, but you can still look and find out this information. What the European man did was the European man gave taxes and exclusions for taxes and certain land masses to anybody who claimed to be of Indian descent. And for that reason of saving on taxes and gaining some land, a lot of Europeans came over and pretended as if they were Indian, and the European leaders gave it to them. Therefore, you see a lot of the European nations imitating Indians. So AIM, just to clarify, AIM, this land is not foreign to us. This land is actually our land. And just to do a little bit of further research, America, from the research that I've done, wasn't named America by a European man, America Vespucci. There was a tribe of Indians here, as they say Indians, but I'm saying our people. Amaru, look that word up sometimes. Amaru, they were the oldest inhabitants that we have on record who lived here, a tribe, indigenous people, black people, people of color who lived here on this land, and they named this land supposedly America after the Amaru tribe. Supposedly, but you can look it up for yourself. And if your research will allow you to see this information, then you'll learn this thing. All right. I wish I had the exact date that if you were Indian, they gave you tax exemptions and portions of land for you to inherit or to own. I don't know the exact date of that because this conversation caught me off guard. But you can research it and you can look it up. And a lot of the Europeans was claiming that they were Indians. And that's where you get the light-skinned looking Europeans from. I mean, the light-skinned looking Indians, because a lot of those Europeans mingled their seed with the Indians. But the original Indians look just like you and me, except their hair was longer, way longer than mine, and a little straighter than mine. But then there was a whole lot of them with kinky hair just like mine. So, kingly hair, just like mine. So we just got to be mindful and we have to do the research. But please don't think for a moment that we were not the indigenous people here to the Americas way before the Europeans came along, because we were. Matter of fact, there was another great African man, and we talked about one of his progenitors today, Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa was one of the richest men who ever lived on the earth. Well, Mansa Musa didn't earn his riches. He was born into it. His brother, I can't remember his brother's name, but his brother was the first emperor or first king of that land. Imad, you know his name? Mansa Musa, brother?
I'm looking it up now. I forgot because we talked about this before.
Yes. So what his brother did was his brother took a whole fleet of ships and sailed to a distant land. They never made it back to Africa again. They never made it back to Africa. They sailed to a distant land and did not come back. And then Mansa Musa took over, and he became the richest man ever to ever live. But his brother was in charge prior to that. They took a whole fleet and sailed, and guess what? They never came back. Well, who said that they was destroyed? Nobody. They landed here on these lands, on these shores, and began with the original people, our people that was already here, amalgamating with them. And this is a fact. You can look it up in history. It'll prove itself to you. It'll show you that we were the indigenous people to these lands.
Yeah, his brother was named Mansa Suleiman.
Mansa Suleiman. Let's try to never forget that. Mansa Suleiman. Mansa Suleiman was the original one who was wealthy. Took the story that you read, Iman, does it talk about when he got all the people together, took a fleet of ships over to the Americas?
Yeah, but when we read it before, though, he wasn't Mansa Musa. It says was king first.
No, Mansa. Then you're looking at the wrong brother. Then the one that I'm talking. I'm sorry. His older brother was the king. Mansa Musa inherited the kingdom from his older brother.
Okay, I'm reading the history. It says Mansa Musa had one brother, and it was Mansa Suleiman. We read about this before because it was saying how his brother, he did take a fleet from Mali, and they went to the Atlantic Ocean, headed to down the Senegal River. He never returned to Mali. And I'm just reading what it says in here. I can try to read more.
Go ahead, read what it says.
Okay.
Because you just said that Mansa Musa was the original king, and that's not what it says. That's not the story. Well, that's not from the research that I've gotten. From the research that I've gotten, Mansa Musa inherited his kingdom from his brother who never returned. His brother was king.
Well, now I'm reading in another part where it's talking about his brother Mansa Abubakar. Is that who you're talking about?
I don't know. Remember, I couldn't remember the name of his brother. But you just said he only had one brother.
Yeah, that's what one thing said. I'm reading.
That's probably his younger brother. But go ahead, read on. Let's see what it says.
Okay. Trying to find something that just talks about everybody. Okay, it says, who was king before Mansa Musa? So let me read. Mansa Musa came to power in 1312 CE after the previous king Abu Bakr II disappeared at sea. Mansa Abu Bakr II had departed on a large fleet of ships to explore the Atlantic Ocean and never returned. Mansa Musa inherited a kingdom that was already wealthy, but his work in expanding trade made Mali the wealthiest kingdom in Africa. His riches came from mining significant salt and gold deposits in the Mali kingdom. Elephant ivory was another major source of wealth.
All right, that's enough. That's all I wanted to hear.
Okay.
Because I knew now this, what was that other king's name?
The one before him?
Yes.
Mansa Abu Bakr. I guess Mansa is a title, but
yes.
Mansa Abu Bakr II.
Okay. Now, Mansa Abu Bakr II, I thought that was Mansa Musa's older brother. It doesn't say that there, though, does it?
No.
Okay. So maybe we can look him up at a later time and see if that's his brother. But from what the research that I've done, everything was on point. Everything was correct. But I thought that was his brother and not just another individual. All right. So, Aim, there you go. Another portion of history that shows that people, our people, Black people, people of color, traveled to these Americas way before the Europeans was even around. All right. So may the Most High be praised. All right. So let's get back. Ima, you ready? Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa.
Yeah, I was about to say, Brother Asa's here and Autumn's here. They both said they could read theirs.
They can read theirs. Okay. Ishi, you want to go? You got something you want to say?
Sure, but I had a question first, really quick.
Yes.
So we're saying that Or because Deuteronomy 28 talks about Israel being taken to a land that's not theirs. So
Uh,
if we were already here,
yeah, I don't know if it says a land that's not theirs. I don't
okay.
know if it says that. I know a land that you know not of. And our people being in Africa, being where we were in Israel, we did not know of that land. Because when our brothers Dan traveled over to that land, they didn't come back. They stayed there. They were merchantmen, merchant sellers. Another history fact that can be verified. You remember the story where they have the story Troy, when they
No.
talked about the people trying to conquer the city of Troy.
Sounds familiar, but not
They
really.
got whole movies of it. The Europeans got movies about it. Troy, it's called Troy. Look it up on the internet, you can see it. But the
Hmm.
story of Troy was supposed to have been about the tribe of Dan, where they settled in a region of land, not America, but they settled in another region of land, and they had a kingdom over there, the tribe of Dan, just a portion of them. Dan was a tribe that moved around, and Troy was one of the places where they settled. Yeah, right. The story with the wooden horse, and Dan was very famous to be sea merchants. So when they went over there, they stayed there. We didn't know of the land because they didn't come back, but yet our forefathers had a portion and stake in that land. And when you get a chance, you might want to read Deuteronomy 28. I don't know. I know it says a land that you know not of, but I don't know if it says a land that you've never. What did you say? How did you word it?
That's not theirs.
Yeah, I don't know if it said a land that's not theirs. I
Okay.
don't. I don't know what it says. I can't read. I can't grab it right now. I could grab it, but I don't know what it says. But either way it goes, it doesn't defeat the fact that our people was here in America at that time.
Hmm.
The majority of our people was not in America. The majority of our people was in the land of Canaan. So that would be factual. Dan is only one tribe. All right.
And what people today are the tribe of Dan?
We don't know who the tribe of Dan are today. We don't know because Dan's supposed to have been amalgamated in the midst of all the tribes. So we truly don't know. I truly don't know. There will be some Israelites and researchers who say that they know the answers to these things, which they may be accurate. But I don't know any that has been accurate up until this point of describing those tribes and where they're from and who they are. And then there's so much history, a plethora of information about Israel and how we dispersed into China, how we dispersed into Ethiopia, how we dispersed into Americas. There's a lot of information. Barbados, Bermuda, all over the world, Black people have been there. There was no other people on the planet at a time when Black people was there. The original Asians or Asiatic, they call them the Japanese. The original Japanese was Black people. They have photographs of some of the original Japanese, and they're Black, just like us. Matter of fact, and I think I mentioned this one time before, in order for you to be a samurai warrior, you had to have some Black blood in you. And if you didn't have any Black blood in you, they said that you couldn't be a samurai warrior. There's a whole lot of history to this, and it all surrounds being a person of color. And Israel was in a whole lot of these places. There are Korean people, Chinese people today that are saying that have went back to Israel, saying they are the original tribes of Israel. They are descendants of the original tribes of Israel. So we can't argue with those facts. We in a time when the Most High reveals who we are and what we are and what we are to do, the Most High will clear up all these matters and let us know who we are. Iman said that it says a land that we did not develop. May the Most High be praised. Chodarabah.
Kane, so I guess what I'm trying to like kind of say or figure out is that with the scripture saying a land we did not develop, we if our brothers Dan did develop some of that land, even though they didn't come back and tell us about it, they did go over there and develop some of that land. So Deuteronomy 28 is still applying to us.
What I'm saying to you is that Deuteronomy 28, yes, it applies to us. I would have to do my research to see how that scripture is actually stating what it's saying and go into the Hebrew and check it out to verify it. But what you got to understand, or what you should understand, is that it's talking about as a majority of people. Like in ancient Sumer, in Sumeria, Israel went into Samaria as a people, 10 tribes. They built up, they established, they knew that land, they built that land. But all of our people didn't go into into Samaria. Some of our people went into another part of a territory, but it was only a few of them. And they grew and they multiplied in that land. So when it says, if it says a land that you didn't develop, or if it says that a land that you didn't inhabit it at that particular time, I don't know if it's going to say inhabit. But I do know that it's only speaking about what the majority did not do. It's not speaking about what a minority did. So this would require further research on my behalf to give a full qualitative answer and respond to this. Okay?
Got it.
But
My
you
commandment.
research, and you'll see that we were here too in the Americas.
Mhm.
Go ahead, please.
My commandment is coming from Wayekra or Leviticus chapter 19, verse 16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the creator. I am focusing on the second half of that verse. Thou shalt not stand against the blood of thy neighbor. 1 second. Sorry. So likely, what I feel that this means is that the Creator is saying that we are to not be so quick to be against one another at the end of the day. We are not to be quick to fight one another and be against one another, especially just not be too quick to fight one another. More specifically, your neighbor, and I would think that your neighbor is the person in your community, in your surroundings, that is the closest other family to you. They're the group of people that you are supposed to have each other's back, right? Like you're a community, you're supposed to be there for one another. You're supposed to, if an enemy comes in, or even if one of your brothers has a quarrel with your neighbor, you're not supposed to be quick to be against your neighbor, because your neighbor is supposed to be the person that helps save your life, and vice versa. We're supposed to be close enough companions that we trust one another and we can help one another build. And if you stand against the blood of your neighbor, you're essentially telling your people that you can't be trusted. Because if you can't be in partnership with the person right next to you, the person next to you, seeing you every day, seeing you go to work every day, possibly babysitting your children, your neighbor is the second best thing to family, is what I think the scripture is really getting at. So if you can't be trusted with your neighbor, then how can you be trusted amongst your people, amongst a whole group of people? So ultimately I think this second half is just telling us to not be so quick to be against one another at the end of the day.
And you could be correct in your interpretation of that. Not be so quick to be against it. Well, that's a message that we really need to hear today, because so many of us, there's an Israelite community or group, or as they say, camp, that they believe that if you're not of their camp, then you're not Israelite, and that Israel shouldn't fellowship with you because you're not a part of their camp. That's not what the Creator has for us. That's what they have. That's their determination. That's how they do things. But that's not how the Most High has established it. We have to learn to work together. For the book of Ezekiel it shows that those sticks, those houses of Israel, should all come together and form one stick. That's prophecy of what shall take place in the future years to come. See, that shows you that Israel has to be of a certain mind frame in order for that effect to take place. We have to learn that our differences should not be what we utilize to keep us separated, but we do. We allow the differences in the midst of us to keep us from building and growing and bonding with our own people. And it shouldn't. It doesn't have to be the fabric that keeps us separated. We have to grow past that because in reality, we're going to always have differences of opinion on certain levels with many things. It's how we work out those differences that makes all the difference in our lives and has the greatest impact and effect on our lives. The black dollar circulates in the black community less than 6%. Less than 6% do we circulate our money with our own people. So if it's less than 6%, that means we given 94% of our finances in other people's communities. It's leaving our community right away. You understand what I'm saying? The reason why that is because we don't work together. We don't support each other. We don't build together. In spite of what you might believe and what you might think, we need to begin to bring our resources together so that we can create something great for the future generations to come. And let the Most High be praised and let the Most High be magnified in all of these endeavors. And that's what we don't keep in mind. They breed us to be selfish in today's world, which means that we only worried about an individual thing. Look at all the entertainers that we have in the rap world, in the music industry. Most of those people, most of them, they get that wealth. Football players, basketball players, entertainers, they get that wealth with their millions and millions and billions of dollars that they make. But what do they do with it? Like Kanye West was a billionaire. He had $6 billion. How did he help the development of black people? He didn't. They don't. But if they ever decided they really want to help change our condition, they can do it overnight. They have programmed us not to unite, not to come together, and they have programmed us to be individuals, which means I got, you better go get yours. We don't do that at Beulah Land at Temple Kepharim. This is ours. All you got to do is come and claim it. All you got to do is come and grab it. All you got to do is take some part of it. And we can make it happen. That's who we are. And that's how we build. So may the Most High be praised because we got a lot to do, family. We got a lot of building to do, and we have to put these differences that we hold aside. Now think about this for a second. How many different YouTube pages right now are open that are Torah only? I'm saying that right now because we know there are a lot of groups that are Torah only. How many different pages are running right now and organized and operating individually outside of another community? Now, why can't we, all the Torah oriented only Israelites, let's just hypothetically say, why can't we all come together and then we all take a certain day that, like the Beulah Land and Temple Kepharim will be today, and then next Shabbat can be another community, the Shabbat after that could be another community, the Shabbat after that could be another community, but yet we can all work together on each person's week to help it to be a success. Like everybody here that's here with Beulah Land and Temple Kepharim, we would all know to go to this page next week because Beulah Land and Temple Kepharim is going to be there. So we all go and we organize and we structure and we become a part of that person's Shabbat class. And then everybody from both of those two classes on the third week pack up and we all go to the next brother's Israelite. Do you realize what we could achieve when we put our minds together? And I'm just talking about Torah oriented only. We got a lot of Messianic brothers and sisters who don't believe in JC as the creator. They don't worship the Most High as JC. They don't do that. They believe in the Moshiach they call as Yeshua. They believe that. But why can't all us work together to bring about greatness for the majority of our people? They don't pray to him, but we ain't got no issue with that. They don't deify him. Well, there is no issue with that. Why can't we begin to build with our brothers? You know why? Because when they conquered us, when they destroyed us, they destroyed this in our minds. The fabric that held us together, they got in between that fabric and wiggled their way and separated us. And now we're all on the individual mind scale, looking to develop individually and not collectively. See, that's one thing I'm doing with my family, my biological family, my children, is we're going to get our children. Each one went to college, each one went to school. They all got their degrees. They have different backgrounds, but I'm going to bring them all together in one location so that they can build from that one location with everybody who has their resources, put them all together, and we can create something powerful. Because this thing that we're doing right now, I got one daughter, $500,000 over here, another daughter, $500,000 over there, another son over there, $500,000. They all spread out. But if they can combine that and work together and build in righteousness and truth, so much more productivity can be achieved and accomplished. And I'm going to say this one last thing, and then we're going to move on. I remember when I, some years ago, when I first learned this information, but there was a group of Indian people, you know, those modern day Indians from India. There was a group of Indian people over there in the township called Cheltenham Township, or right outside of Philadelphia in the suburbs. When I was looking for a house at that time, this is how I learned this. I go over there and a realtor broke it down for me. It's a big house, like 6-7 bedroom house, huge house. The Indians was in that house and every room was occupied, plus the basement, plus the living room, dining room, and the kitchen. Every room was occupied. So we go in the house and look, we see beds in the dining room, beds in the kitchen, beds in the bedroom, beds in the basement. We see all these beds, like 13 people living in that house. So I said to the realtor, I questioned her, it was a female. I said, well, why all these beds all over the place? She said, what they do is they find a very nice house. The house might cost $600,000-$700,000, but they'll get 15 of them to live in that one house, and everybody contributes to paying that house off. Within a year or 2 years, the house is completely paid for. They put the house in one person's name, and then they move on to the next house until all of them have a home. Do you see how beautiful that is? Now, the person who got the house put in his name or her name, they still contribute and give money back to the community because they understand what their goal is, what their end goal is. And there was a time when you look around, all the stores was Indian stores. They owned everything. And you know why? Because they worked together with one mind. We can do something like that just for starters. We can do that. But no, an Israelite get a community here. Oh, you got to go. You can't be here. You got to go. Why? Did I violate the laws of the Creator? No, man. You're just trying to be power hungry. You're trying to take over. You're trying to get creative and bring up all these ideals. Yo, bro, ain't we working together? Yeah, man. But still, don't I still acknowledge you as a spiritual leader? Don't I bring all these ideals to you? I don't take it to the people. Yeah, man. But still, that's just hatred and jealousy because your brother or your sister could do what you could not do. Prince teaches that the best man for the job is the man who should have the job. So if this brother is creative at this particular thing, why would I get angry and upset with him? And he's going through the proper chain of the commands. He ain't trying to outrank nobody. Y'all going to hear about that in the lesson today. Time is the true teller of all things. That's the lesson we're about to get into, and we're going to tear it up. We're going to tear it up. Time is a true teller of all things. We don't have to outdo each other. We can all build together. I'm not looking to outdo my brothers. I'm only trying to get what the Most High has allotted for me. And if the Most High's allotment for me is to be the financial man in this situation, then that's what I do. Why my face shaking like that? Can y'all see that?
No, it's dark. Your screen went dark.
Oh, my screen went dark because my face is shaking. I don't know what that was. I guess that means I lost frequency. Okay, I don't know. It's a whole lot of stuff missing. All right. Can you see me now?
Low.
All right. I must be losing signal. Maybe they're getting tired of what I'm talking about. Maybe that's what it is. Every time we tear it up like this, something goes wrong. Let's just continue on, family, because I know if I go out and come back, it's going to be a whole different story. If it knocks me out, then I'll come back. All right. So you can't see me, right?
Low.
Okay, but you can hear me, so let's move forward. All right. If it comes back, then just let me know. If it takes too long, I'll try it. I'll log out, and then I'll come back. Ishi, did you have any more questions you wanted to ask?
No, not right now.
All right. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Brother Asa. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. Can you pull Brother Asa up to the screen, Iman? Mine not working.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, bro.
I'm
How are
grateful
you?
for another week. You know, the most mercies of the Most High abided with me and my family. We are all well, and we can share in the study of Torah. I'm encouraged by a discussion this morning. There was even one, before I share my commandment, there's one that was shared very early here that says that the man who takes a new wife should spend enough time with her, but there's something that I do not want us to miss. The fact that it mentions new, it suggests that there possibly is one already. And I'm just thinking about that in reference to another commandment in Exodus that I've said that the first wife dues should not be less. So if he's going to spend adequate time with the new one, that there's implication in terms of how time is to be allocated. I think I'd shared that text in the chat. So that is it for that. For the other one, I was actually searching Google. I was literally searching for Mansa Musa in scriptures. I didn't realize that it's actually extra biblical references we were talking about, but it was highlighted. So that's passed. I very much agree with the idea of bringing family together. No matter how much we're able and qualified and resourced, if we do not come together, the potency of what we have is not as much. And I think it's going to be a hard sell to let children who grow up, who have maybe chosen their path of life, to actually make a sacrifice. It actually it calls for a sacrifice for people to say, well, then leave their personal aspiration to come together so that the community that they're from can be much stronger. And it's something that if done, well, the Asian families do it, and it has been done successful, and they have been able to overcome many odds just by sticking together. So I pray that the Most High will actually help us on that pursuit. My commandment is Exodus 34 verse 12, and it says, guard yourself lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where you are going, lest it be a snare in your midst. And it's just a caution for us to be careful of who we get into agreements with, because our faith and our practice can be easily compromised if we try to build a covenant with persons that have different beliefs, and that include their beliefs in terms of their eating habits, and them probably be consuming things that are offered to idols, and we having to consume that, just being in their space. So yeah, that's my command. Most High be praised.
Am I back yet?
Okay, you are.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi. Thank you, Brother Asa. I only got a portion of that, but I understood. I understood. So, Iman, did you want to read some of the comments?
Okay, and I think it was just comments pertaining to some of the things you was talking about with when you said the Indian families come together. I see Aim Keter said yes, and some Latino and Haitians work with each other in this way. And so do we see like the Asian families do it as well? Brother Ronald Powell says that's part of the devil's plan. Misplaced fear, escalation, and chaos, distraction from your true self, and so on and so on. That was talking about when you were speaking on us working together, living amongst one another. And I think Autumn was just saying, Kane, that's a good idea when you was talking about the, I guess rotating Shabbats, supporting one another. And she was saying there was too much pride. There's too much pride, though, basically amongst leadership, which I was going to say the same thing. Like I was going to say, I think the biggest issue is when it comes to things like that, what came to my first mind was that some leaders wouldn't want that because they don't really even promote their members to go to Unity Shabbats or other congregations for fear of losing membership or just having another person teaching their members because, some feel like, my teaching is what it is and that's the only teaching that they should be under. So that was my first thought, more over the pride thing and power struggle. I guess that all encompasses that, but it's more of like one ruler type thing, one teacher, and not having too many teachers and then causing confusion amongst people. And that's just, what I thought about what you said. And I think Brother Chief Malak was just saying, because we don't know how to let go or want to let go. Or when to let go. And then, that was it. And Sister Gabby posted her law.
All right. You want to do Sister Gabby's law? Shabbat Shalom, Sister Gabby.
Sister Gabby's law is found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 14. And it reads, "Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear thy Creator. I am the Most High." She did not, let me see. She hasn't placed her explanation in the chat.
All right, Sister Gabby, you got to explain your understanding of the law. When you get a chance, Sister Gabby, just explain your understanding of the law and what you understand it to mean to the people of the Most High. All right?
And Sister Aisha just posted, which I agree. It says it's hard for two kings, princes, or leaders to run one household.
You know why it's hard? Only when there's ego involved. If we understand that this man is the man, right? But yet we're here to assist this man be the best man he can be, we don't have that problem. Unless that man got that problem in his mind and he can't accept the help from another leader, then that's an issue. He probably need to be removed. That's probably what's best. But Sister Gabby, Shabbat Shalom. Come on, give your explanation, Sister Gabby. That's probably what's best. But Sister Gabby, Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.
Turn your mic down in the background, sis.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Let's see.
I don't hear it now.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Shabbat
Okay.
shalom.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Um, so my scripture is Leviticus chapter 19, verse 14. Thou shalt not curse the death, nor put a stumbling block before the blind. But the, but thou shalt fear the Most High, your Elohim. Okay, so what I got from that scripture is, well, before I explain my scripture, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, so in the scriptures, when it mentions the lame, is it talking about like the disabled?
It could be. And when it's
Oh,
talking about disabled, it's disabled because they can't do better physically
mhm.
or mentally or spiritually. So they could be they could be lame in the body or they could be lame in the mind.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so I guess because that was part of my answer, like pretty much don't um this is my first time seeing this scripture, honestly. That's why I thought I'd just give it, so I can explain it and maybe get some further explanation. But I guess it sounds to me like don't bully the lame, like don't bully the disabled. Like you're cursing the deaf, like they can't even hear, so it almost sounds like bullying. Not to bully. That's just to sum it up. But Prince, if you can give further explanation, I would be so appreciative.
Yeah, I agree with you. It means not to be bullying people. I would agree with that. So you're gonna get the same explanation. You did a good job. May the
Yeah.
Most High be praised.
Praise my side.
That's exactly what it is because you're taking advantage of somebody who is less fortunate than you are. So in essence, that's bullying. All right.
Tada Rabah, Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat shalom. And she's absolutely correct on that. All right. So let's rock and roll. Ima, is there any more commandments you need to read?
Hello.
Let's see what Sister Aisha had to say. Sister Aisha says, I like this one. The blind can be metaphorically for somebody who lacks insight, and deaf could be someone who is not in certain conversations. Someone who is not in certain conversations. I never looked at it that way. Because you ain't there, somebody could be speaking ill about you. So that when you do come in that other person's presence, you're not getting the full effect, or they're not seeing you in the same light because somebody has spoken ill about you in your absence. That's a good one. I like that one. I never thought about it that way. May the Most High be praised. All right. So we ready to rock and roll, family? We ready to rock and roll? Is that time?
Okay.
All right. Let's rock and roll. So today's lesson, we're coming out of the book of 2 Samuel, chapter, where do we want to go? 19? I believe we're in 2 Samuel, chapter 19. We're going to start in 2 Samuel, chapter 16, verse 18. 2 Samuel, chapter 16, verse 2 Samuel's chapter 18. No, let's go with 16 first. All right, let's go with 16. And then we're going to jump from 16 to 18 and 31. And then we're going to go to 2 Samuel's 19 and keep reading. Let's go to 2 Samuel's chapter 16, verse 5. Ima, could you grab that for me? 2 Samuel chapter 16, verse 5. Giving all honor and praise to the Most High King, asking that He will guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, His people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for He and He alone is King. Toda Rabah. You have that, Ima?
Wayne, I have it. My apologies. I had to get the banner together. Okay. Second Shemuel, chapter 16, verse 5. It reads, and when King Melech Dawid came to Bahurim, behold, thence came out a man of the family of the house of Saul, Shaul, whose name was Shimei, the son of Gera.
This man came out from the house of Saul. So if he came out from the house of Saul, that made him a Benjamite. All right. His name was what?
His name was Shimei.
Okay. Read on.
The son of Gera. He came forth and cursed still as he came. Continue.
He came forth cursing as he came. What did he do? Read the whole thing, please.
And he cast stones at Melech Dawid and at all the servants of Melech Dawid, and all the people and all the mighty men were on his right hand and on his left.
Keep going, please. Just keep reading. I'll let you know when to stop.
And thus said Shimei when he cursed, come out, thou bloody man, and thou man of Belial.
Who's he talking to?
I'm not sure.
He's talking to King Dawid.
Okay.
He's calling King Dawid a devil, an evil, wicked man. Read on. Let's see what happens. And he's calling the king all these things to his face. Read on.
Okay. And the Most High hath returned upon thee all the blood of the house of Shaul.
He says, you're getting what you deserve, Dawid. You're getting what you deserve because you was a mean man or unrighteous man in Dawid in Saul's house. Read on.
Okay. And the Most High hath delivered the kingdom into the hand of Absalom, thy son. And behold, thou art taken in thy mischief because thou art a bloody man. Then said Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, unto the king, why should this dead dog curse my lord, the king?
Now,
Let me go over.
Let me paint the scenario. King Dawid was being disrespected by a man. One of King Dawid's right-hand guards, one of the men of his military, stands up. Now, Abishai was a captain over a host. So he was like a Sar, a captain over a host. He stood up and said, Dawid, can I kill him? He asked him for permission. Why are you allowing this man to disrespect you on this level? Now, Dawid had all the power. All he needed to do was speak a word, and Shimei's head would have got removed from his body. But Dawid, filtering and wallowing in his sin, recognizing that he did evil, he's owning up to his part. You're going to see some parts about Dawid today that I'm sure you never seen before. And we're going to bring it out. Dawid is owning up to the evil, the wickedness of his life, the things that he did. A lot of the things in Dawid's life you're not going to ever know that he did because scriptures don't say it. But this is what I'll say to you. A lot of the things that Dawid did that the scriptures don't tell us, we're going to see it play out in the lives of his children. You follow me? Because the Most High said that the sword will not leave his children's house or his house for a long time. So a lot of the sins that you're reading about, that we're reading about all those kings that came after Dawid, a lot of that is because they come from Dawid's lineage. And a lot of the sins that they did was some of the things that Dawid had inside of him. So we're reading about this man Shimei. And what happened? Who stood up and said, let me kill him, Dawid? Amasi?
Abishai.
Yes, keep reading, please.
And I'll read that again. Then said Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, unto the king, why should this dead dog curse my lord, the king? Let me go over, I pray thee, and take off his head.
And take off his head. These men that was with Dawid, they were serious. And if Dawid would have said go, Shimei would have been gone. His head would have been rolling down the street. It would have been gone off his body. But then the most beautifulest thing that's about to take place is going to leave Dawid's mouth, and then you're going to hear about why Dawid did what he did. And Dawid didn't know at this particular time what was about to take place maybe a couple of weeks from now with Shimei. He didn't know. But Dawid did the righteous thing. And this is why we should always walk in our integrity whenever we move in the midst of people. Dawid was walking in his integrity. He owned up to the sins that he committed. He said, no, don't kill this man. Maybe this is a message from the Creator for me, for my life. Most of us today, somebody disrespect us, the very first thing we want to do is lash out at that individual. We're not owning up to the sinful life or the sinful things that we may have done that earned us that disrespect from that individual. The first thing we want to do is lash out at somebody. Somebody stole my truck a couple weeks ago. Stole my truck. Know why they want to steal my truck. But in my prayer that night, I had to go to the Creator and ask the Creator, if there's anything that I've done with this truck to cause this truck to be a deity to me, or if I've done something and utilized this truck, and this is my prayer. My Nashim is here. They'll tell you the truth. If this is true, Father, then let it stay where it's at. But if we cool, then everything is all right, then give it back to me, Creator. The next morning, I got my truck back. Am I right, Emma? The next morning, I got my truck back. But it's something. Dawid was owning up to that. Dawid was saying, I have sinned against the Creator. I own this. Leave this man's life. Let him be. Read on, please. Let's see how the Dawid handles this insult from this man.
Yes. Reading in the book of 2 Samuel, Shemuel, chapter 16, verse 10. And the king said, what have I to do with you, ye sons of Zeruiah? So let him curse, because the Most High have said unto him, curse Dawid. Who shall then say, wherefore hast thou done so?
Stop for a second. When he said, what have I have to do with you, sons of Zeruiah? He's talking to Abishai, Joab's cousin. That's what I think is his brother or his cousin, Abishai. Zeruiah, no, it's Joab's brother. Zeruiah was Joab's mother. So he's talking to his brother. He's saying, no, stay over there. I ain't got nothing to do with you right now. Whatever spirit is possessing you, let it possess you and not me. Sometimes we got to recognize the spirit that's in people, because in today's world, we don't understand that people peoples are governed by the spirit that possesses them at that time. We don't understand that right now, but Dawid understood. He says, I have nothing to do with you, Abishai. He said, could it be that the Most High is bringing this man to me to give me my right justice for what I've done? How many of us are willing to accept the punishment of the Most High? How many of us? Read on, Iman. Back that part up a little bit, what Dawid's response was, and read on.
Okay. And Melech Dawid said, And the king said, what have I to do with you, ye sons of Zeruiah? So let him curse, because the Most High hath said unto him, curse Melech Dawid. Who
The
shall then?
Most High said to him, go curse the king. Read on, please.
Who shall then say, wherefore hast thou done so?
Who shall then say, wherefore hast thou done so? He means, if the Most High has given this man a commandment, who are you to say that he shouldn't be doing so? Now I need you to drop down to 2 Samuel, chapter 18, verse 31. Now you can stop, Iman, because that's not for you to do. Do we have any volunteer readers today? Anybody want to volunteer to read today? All right, then I'll read. Thank you, Ima. We're going to pick up our readings today, family. In 2 Samuel's, can y'all see that? All right. 2 Samuel's chapter 18, verse 31. Let's go. And behold, the Cushite came. And the Cushite said, good news for my lord, the king. Remember, the Cushite was the second one that was running to try to bring the news to King Dawid that his son Absalom had departed this earth. He said, for the Lord, the Most High, has delivered you this day from the hand of all who have risen up against you. Dawid was running from his own household, from his own biological son that he brought into the earth. His son wanted to take over his kingdom. So Dawid, he took some of his men and he left the city. And he allowed his son to have his way in the kingdom. Rather than to destroy the kingdom, he let his son have his way. And watch what happens. The king said, verse 32, the king said to the Cushite, is it all well with the young man Absalom, his son who rebelled against him and tried to take his life? Dawid's worried about his son because it is his child. And the Cushite answered, may all the enemies of my king, my lord the king, and all who rise up against you for evil be like that young man. And the king was deeply moved and went up to the chambers over the gate and wept. Dawid just cried because his son, who tried to take his life, was killed. And that hurt Dawid. It hurt him not because Dawid saw him as an enemy. It hurt him because all Dawid could see was that this was his son, his offspring. And no matter what his offspring was trying to do, Dawid was cool with it at that particular time. So the emotions ran thick inside of Dawid, where he was hurting because his son was no longer alive. He didn't think about the fact that he was still alive and that all his men were still alive. All he thought about was that his son is dead. And that brought him pain. Sometimes we allow our emotions to get in the way of righteous judgment. Because we love somebody, we care for somebody, or we want to see somebody grow old. That person was wicked. That person needed to be put to death. That person was a destroyer of souls, destroyer of righteous individuals. That man, Absalom, that he was crying for, was the same man and the same son that raped his wives. He had 4 wives, I believe it was, that he left behind. 4 concubines it was. And Absalom took and publicly humiliated these women on the rooftop of the house, gravely disrespecting his father's establishment and greatly disrespecting cruelty, and the word is anah, cruelty upon these women who were innocent victims in the war and the hatred that he had against his pop. They had nothing to do with that. But he had to usurp his father's position and he had to show dominance over everything that belonged to his pop. So he took his father's women. That was wickedness. He says, oh, my son Absalom, my son, my son, my son Absalom. He's crying because Absalom got annihilated. Would I have died instead of you, O Absalom, my son? You see that statement? He loved his son. He loved him. He loved him so much that he would have died so that his son could live. He would have died. Oh, my son Absalom, I would have died instead of you. If David would have died, the kingdom would have been in ruins. Our whole history would be different. The Most High had a plan. And the Most High's plan, you won't know until he reveals it. This is why I say time is a true teller of all things. You give it enough time and the truth will reveal itself. Sometimes whatever you do in the dark, you think you're getting away with. But the Most High says you give it enough time and it will reveal itself. Time is a true teller of all things. You can't hide. Can't hide. Verse 19. It was told Joab. Now, the people are watching David. He is king of a nation. Y'all understand what I'm saying? You can't be into this feminine. Look what these women are putting up. Look what these women putting up about David. Look. Watch. All praises to the Creator for allowing you to retrieve your truck. Oh, thank you. All right. Thank you, brother. I thought you was one of the women talking that stuff. But here they go. This is what the women putting up. That's still his child. Righteous judgment, yes, but his child, oh my gosh. He was also probably crying because he didn't want to see his son to be wicked. Yeah, I agree. He didn't want to see his son be wicked. Well, look at this part. King David is reacting how I would think any parent would react. Yeah, I'm teasing you, Isha. Just that voice, huh? Yeah, just watch this. That's the emotional response. When you run in a kingdom, you can't respond off of your emotions. When you're a man and you're in a marriage, you can't respond off of your emotions. You cannot allow your emotions to dictate policy and procedure in how your kingdom is going to run. That's why so many Israelite camps are all scattered out all over the place, and we can't get the leaderships to come together because most people are working off of their emotions. I want this. This is for me. Oh, I don't like him. I don't like her. These are emotional things. We need to separate ourselves from our emotions and rule according to righteous judgment. See what's best for the people and the development of the people, and that's what leadership should be doing. What is best for the majority, not the minority. Your emotions allow you to rule based on what the minority desires. But in righteousness, and David was the minority, he was the only one at that time on his side wanting his son to reign and live. Righteous judgment. It was a son. It was a wicked son who rose up to try to usurp the throne from his father. And watch this part. To try to usurp the throne from his father, who was the Most High's anointed. David wouldn't even raise his hand against Saul. But now his own son is trying to take his life, and he also is anointed by the Most High. Saul was anointed by the Most High, therefore David couldn't try to hurt him. And his son tried to hurt David, who was also anointed by the Most High. He's supposed to see death. He was supposed to get what he got. But when we get into our oh, that was his son. Any adult should feel that. Any parent should feel that way about their child. Let me tell you something. When you have chosen to be on the right side of the Most High, even your children can show themselves to be wicked. And when that time comes, your judgment must be on the righteous side of things and not on your children. I have seen a lot of communities, Israelite places of worship, where the leadership was quick to bring judgment upon somebody else's child for what they did. But when his child acted a fool, he made all kind of excuses. And he allowed his child to be pacified. I'm talking about some serious matters. That situation, that community still goes on, but the truth of the dent and the stench that was put on that place caused a lot of the people to separate and no longer want to be a part of that place. Righteous judgment is what you have to use. You cannot govern a kingdom. You cannot be a man in your household. Just a man that's married to a woman who's governor over a family. You cannot use your emotions in governing your own household. You can't. Let's see what my brother says. Raya Yehuda. Shabbat Shalom, my brother. I should think the same way you felt, but think differently reading later. I think that he felt responsible for the situation. It was King David's lack of righteous judgment on Amnon what causes Absalom to do so. And you know what? I used to think the same thing you felt, that that's the reason why, but I learned that it wasn't so. And I'm going to tell you why. To have animosity toward his father, the king. Okay. That's a good way to examine it. But you got to remember, Absalom was a prince. Absalom, after he killed his brother, he left. And I believe it was 15 years. He left. So you should watch those last classes. I don't think you was present for those last ones, but you may have been. I don't know. He left and went to his relatives. And I'm sure in his relatives, his grandfather was a king. His mama was a queen. He was in the midst of royalty. So when he came back, he felt like he has the right to be king now. It had nothing to do with what his father, in my opinion. It had nothing to do with what happened 15 years earlier with his brother. It had everything to do with him smelling himself now, becoming into the fullness of himself, living in the house of someone else who was his relatives in royalty, thinking that he can have the same thing. He didn't go about it the right way. But all of this was preordained because we know that the Most High said he's going to bring the wrath into David's house. So we know hindsight, we understand that. But living it out, he may have got some hatred for his father. And if he did, I'm sure it was only backed up and supported by his grandfather, who was Talmai. That was his grandfather. Tamai or somewhere in that area. Talmai, somewhere in that area. Unclean. But he enforced it in his grandson's mind. And it shows out through his grandson's action, because the moment his grandson got back, for 4 years, he plotted against his father to build up the people's mind for the people to like him so that he can overthrow his father's kingdom. And with the hatred that he moved out, it was more of a form of disrespect than not being pleased with. It was more of a form of disrespect than him not being pleased with his father. He went hard on this. He even tried to kill his father. That's how hard he went. So David is now sitting back moping, and I would agree that he probably felt responsible to some degree, because of bad parenting, maybe because of him not dealing with his children properly, or because of the sin that he committed when he took Uriah the Hittite's wife and laid with her and committed adultery, and then had Uriah the Hittite killed to cover up his evil actions. Oh, he had a heavy price to pay. Let's read on and let's see. And that might be a part of the reason why he's crying too. Let me see. Why did King David deal with this situation first before his son of acknowledging it after what would be punishment for this race. So Absalom, I'm confused, bro. Why did King Dawid deal with this situation first? Why didn't he? Why? I'm trying to follow you, bro. Maybe you just mistyped something. I don't know, but it's not making sense to me. So you put back what you want to write, please. Reword it for me, please, so I can understand a little bit better. And then looks like you want to say something else. So when you get it all spelled out, just put it up, and then I'll address it. Ronald Powell. The devil aims to keep you so wrapped up in your sadness, right? Like Dawid mourning for Absalom, that you forget your responsibilities and purpose. And that's what we're getting ready to get into. Now, Dawid was walking around all sad and moping, grieving for the loss of his son who just tried to take his life. Now, he's king. He got a job to do as the king. And all the people on his side, because he didn't go back to Jerusalem yet. He didn't go back to his household yet. But all the people that risked their lives by running with him when Absalom took over the kingdom, and all the people that cared for him and spied for him and risked their lives so that one day he can become a king again, he's now crying because the enemy, his own blood, was dead. So they saw all this. The people are witnessing all this, and they go talk to Joab, who's the captain of the guards, and say, well, what is this that Dawid is doing right now? We risked our lives to make sure that his life was preserved, and yet he's crying because the enemy is destroyed. This goes a whole lot deeper than what you might think. Let's watch. This was told to Joab by the people. They said, behold, the king is weeping and mourning for Absalom like a little wussy. That's what they said. Like a little wussy, he's sitting there crying. So the victory that day was turned into mourning for all the people, for they heard that day. For the people heard that day. The king is grieving his son. That hurt these people to their heart. You actually sitting here crying for your son who tried to take your life and rub you out, and we risked our lives for you, and now you want to cry for him. That took King Dawid's respect from here down to here. It got so bad that they had to go to Joab and talk to Joab and say, hey, look, you better tell him to straighten up, because that ain't cool. He's supposed to be the king. People expect a certain thing out of their leadership that they themselves are not willing to do. And the people stole into the city that day as people still and who are ashamed when they flee in battle. The people were ashamed of their actions, of all the things that they did to try to keep Dawid in a position of power. They were ashamed because of how he grieved, how he cried, how he mourned, how he wept for the enemy. This is deep, and we only touched the iceberg of the situation. Verse 3 we're on. I want to read what my brother had to say. It's very important what he says. It says, why didn't he deal with the rape situation before his son? We don't know if he did or he didn't. The scripture's not clear on that. We actually don't know what he did, because you got to remember, when his son raped his other daughter, when he killed Abner, his son, his brother, when Absalom killed him, he fled. He ran away. So Dawid never really had a chance to say, hey, listen, get him, bring him up to judgment. He never really, because he fled, he left and went to his grandfather's house, who was king by right in his own place. Why didn't this situation get acknowledged or get judgment? And that's the reason why it didn't get acknowledged or judgment. Was not what Absalom did a righteous judgment for the rape of this sister? Yes, I would agree. But hear me out. Dawid didn't have the opportunity to judge him. And then after he was gone so long, after 15 years, Dawid began to feel for his son. But yet Dawid said he can't come back here. And maybe that was punishment for what he did. And then Joab went out and got the woman to deceive and Dawid, attempt to deceive Dawid so that his Absalom can come back. So Dawid finally came in, but with restrictions. He came in, he allowed him to come back, but with restrictions. And maybe that's what helped him. He should have just kept him away, period. He would have been saw as a strong man, as opposed to giving in to Joab and all that Joab wanted to have done to allow that son who was a betrayal, who killed his brother, to come back. Dawid's punishment could have been him not to return. Obviously it was, because they had to get Dawid's permission for him to come back. See, scriptures don't always tell us everything, but we do know that before he could return, he had to get Dawid to say it was cool for him to return. And then when he did return, this is what happens. So the people started panicking. That's correct. Never thought about the influence of the other side of the family has over the children's mind. That's right. It's deep. It's deep. It's deep. He learned about the rape after the murder. I would agree with that as well. No. That was the 15 years. That's where the 15 years came in. He allowed him after he raped Tamar, 15 years passed before he killed Amnon, his brother. That's what happened. 15 years have passed before he, I believe that I'm right. My Isha, my Nashim is here. They're gonna find it, and then they're gonna let me know when I was right or wrong. They're gonna clear it up for me. But 15 years have passed after the death of the sister, because rape is like a death. So Absalom slept on that for 15 years. And then one day he says, well, let me take my brothers out and we're going to go out and chill. And Dawid first said, no, that ain't going to happen. And then Absalom convinced him to allow it to happen. And when he let it happen, Amnon was killed. Dawid thought all of his sons was killed, but it was just Amnon. And then he fled. And Dawid said, since you out there, don't come back here, because if you do, I got something for you. So he stayed over there with his grandfather for a long time. Then they tricked Dawid, and Dawid brought him back only to see what this was about. I can see why the people would be ashamed and questioning why King Dawid was weeping so hard. They risked their lives to keep the King Dawid safe, yet essentially he's crying for the enemy. Absolutely. And possibly a lot of guilt too. All right. This was, like you said, King Dawid bearing his iniquity for his prior doings ultimately. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. Verse 4, the king covered his face in shame, and he cried with a loud voice, oh, my son Absalom, my son Absalom, oh, my son. He was crying so bad that Joab had to pull his coat. Joab said, yo, man. Joab came into the house to the king and said, you have today covered with shame the faces of all your servants. As a king, as a leader of the Most High's people, you have to present yourself in a certain way at all times. You have to give the people hope. You have to give the people strength. You have to give the people encouragement. You have to give the people wisdom. You have to give the people patience, humility, longevity. All that has to come through your demeanor. Well, when Dawid started crying, they didn't see strength in him. They saw the opposite effect. They saw the opposite effect. All right, my wife is pulling me up. Let me see what she got. In 2 Samuel chapter 13, the Bible describes how King Dawid's daughter Tamar was raped by her half brother Amnon. The text indicated that Dawid was angered by the incident, but it doesn't specifically exactly when he learned of it. It is implied that he found out shortly after the rape occurred, and Tamar fled to her brother's Absalom's house in torn clothing. The text also notes that Dawid took no action against it, because text doesn't say it. Not that he didn't, it just said it doesn't say it. Against Amnon, likely to Amnon being the heir apparent. Well, he was the next in line because Amnon was the oldest son. And by him being the oldest son, he was supposed to take. I don't believe that that's what happened. In my opinion, I don't think that that's what happened. That Dawid would be so unrighteous to allow his son to rape his daughter and knowingly not do anything about it. I know what they say. I just disagree with that. He says, because you love those who hate you and hate those who love you. So for Dawid to cry for Absalom, who was actually the enemy at that time, it meant that he loved Absalom and he hated those people who loved him. This story is going to unravel with a remarkable outcome. You got to watch this. You got to listen to this, family. This story gets deeper and deeper. It teaches us how to be men. It teaches us how to be leaders. It even teaches us how to organize and structure situations that our emotions need to be put to the side. Time is the true teller of all things. If you ever question whether your leadership was a leader at all, whether your husband was a leader or a man at all, time will reveal who he is. Because situations in that time frame will test him to make him either stand up to the plate or run for the cause or from the cause. Time is a true teller of all things. I speak like this because a man who is the head of a house, as it's supposed to be, is a king in his own home. A king who rules multiple people is a king by right, and he's responsible. The same way the king who rules a whole lot of people or rules a nation is the same way that a man's supposed to be in his household. And as we break down this story, family, you have to weigh your husband to make sure that he's worthy or that he's in his right mind state to be your husband, to be leader and ruler over the family, to be a leader of a spiritual community of the Most High. Because a lot of people, just because they got the position and the title, don't mean that they're worthy, because they're really weak and they crumble inside. Watch. You haven't heard all the story yet, so don't judge before you hear it all. Do not judge before you hear the midst of this story, because there's a lot more to it that's going to determine what I just got finished saying about you judging to see if he's really a man or if he got boy issues that needs to be resolved before he can step up to the plate and truly be a man. That story that I told you about earlier, about the woman who lost her life to her husband because she was revealing his secrets, he had boy issues. He had not achieved manhood. He didn't deal with his matter in the way that it did. Sisters, I'm going to tell you, if you got a man in your household that's always arguing and going back and forth with you, and y'all sitting there arguing with each other to prove each other wrong, you ain't got no man. Because a man ain't going to sit there and argue with no female. Period. Ever. He'll speak of several words. He might speak several words further, and that's the end of it. You keep running off with your mouth, he'll replace you. He'll give you a warning. He'll tell you not to. And eventually, you'll see yourself. He'll replace you with somebody else. But if he's standing there, if you got a dude that's constantly arguing with you, and y'all going back and forth because he left the taller seat up, and I mean, y'all having these loud conversations where y'all arguing with each other and fighting with each other. You ain't physically. If you physically fighting, it's definitely time to go. And if he's raising his voice at you and y'all arguing and fighting, and this going on for like 2-3 minutes, something is wrong with that situation. You ain't got a man. You got a female in the form of a man. Because men don't do that. Men don't go back and forth and argue with no woman. But let's get back to the story with Dawid. You got a situation that needs to be adjusted quickly. Just a good Google search, the internet says that Absalom waited 2 years to kill his brother for the king, okay, and his sister. Look up 15 years in the scriptures and see what applies to 15 years. All right, let me read back. Then Joab came to the house of the king and said, you have today covered with shame the faces of all your servants who have this day saved your life and the lives of your sons and your daughters and the lives of your wives and your concubines, because you love those who hate you and you hate those who love you. For you have made it clear today that commanders and servants are nothing to you. For today I know that if Absalom were alive and all of us were dead, then you would be pleased. You see that? That's how the people felt. That Dawid would have been happy if the enemy was alive and all of those people were dead. Because that's what his actions demonstrated. When he cried for the man who tried to take his life and take the life of all of his men, he was an embarrassment to the people who risked their lives for him. So we get ready to read something that's going to take place here, y'all, that's going to have you thinking. Watch, read on. Now, therefore, arise, go out and speak kindly to your servants. For I swear by the Most High, if you do not go out, not a man will stay with you this night. And this will be worse for you than all the evil that has come upon you from your youth until now. You see what he said? Joab said, if you don't go make this matter right with the people, stop acting like a punk, sitting there crying because somebody tried to kill you and kill all your people is dead. If you don't stop acting like a wuss, the people are going to walk away from you. There's something I want you to see, family. I want you to see that the people loved Dawid. But that love had limitations. Time is a true teller of all things. The moment Dawid stopped being a king, not in position, but by right, he stopped earning. He stopped projecting to the people that he was king. The moment that he stopped that, the people felt it and they was about to leave. You know, you got that guy, T.D. Jakes. Remember that guy, T.D. Jakes, was on television? T.D. Jakes, before they revealed that he was with Puff Daddy and doing all those things, T.D. Jakes had a whole lot of people with him. Whole lot of people following him because he stood strong. He kept his chest out. He talked with pride. You know, he gave the people, the world, something, an illusion that he was what he wasn't. But the moment he got exposed, those people who loved him and trusted in him, time is a true teller of all things. Those people who loved him and entrusted in him, when he was exposed, they saw him for who he was, and that love left. You have to earn your right to be leaders of the Most High's people. And if you got people that's just following you blindly and you a weak leader, then you got something special going on, because I don't know nothing about that. But most people, when their leadership is tested and they see that their leadership is not worthy of leading, they will either separate or replace that leader. T.D. Jakes people got up and left. The majority of them left. He was so embarrassed, so hurt, and so shameful that he faked a heart attack and acted like he needed to be hospitalized because he was so embarrassed. The shame hit him so hard. He wasn't used to not being in charge of men. If you got a man in your life who's not earning the right to be the head of the household, what's going to happen is you as a woman, you're going to start having manly traits. You're going to start becoming masculine in your actions and your demeanor, and you're not even going to realize that it's happening. You're going to go out and get a job. You're going to go out and be the breadwinner. Whenever your man loses value by being a man, that weight falls on the next person in line, and it's usually the wife. Now, Sheem, I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to tell you this respectfully. Unless your man is sick or in some kind of incapacitated state, you shouldn't be working. If he got to go get 2 jobs, let him go get 2 jobs. But every woman should have the right to remain in her femininity at all times. Now, if you got a simple job where you can work from home and still handle the household, still run your responsibilities, and still make money, that's excellent. If you are a wife and you're helping in the family business, that's excellent. Look at the men running. You can run all you want, bro, but this is a reality. This is the truth. Look back at on ancient Israel. The men earned the right that the wives didn't have to work unless they wanted to. Now, if she wants to work, that's one thing. But she should not have to go out there and make that dollar. If you got to get 2 jobs, then that's what you do. If you got to get 3 jobs, then that's what you do. Go out and do what you have to do so your wife can receive the benefit of being a wife. Doesn't happen all the time. Doesn't happen often. But he got 2 and 3 and 4 of them, and all of them on welfare, and he's living off of their checks. He don't go to work nowhere. He say he got to study the word of God, as he says. He got to study the word of God. Therefore, all the women have to go to work and get checks and bring the money back to him and take care of him. That's an embarrassment. That's a disgraceful thing. That's a weak king. When the people saw Dawid get like that, the people said, he better straighten this up quick. If he doesn't straighten this up, we out. So Dawid goes out to the people. Now, therefore, arise, go out and speak kindly to your servants. For I swear by the Most High, if you do not go, not a man will stay with you this night. And this will be worse for you than all the evils that came upon you from your youth until now. It says, then the king arose and took his seat in the gate. And the people were all told, behold, the king is sitting in the gate. And all the people came around the king. Why did they come around? They wanted to hear what the king had to say. They wanted to see what the king had to say. And this is how it went. He spoke his part to his people. He talked to his people, and he tried to straighten it out with his people. Dawid was a smooth orator. He was good with his words. He knew exactly what to say. He apologized, he moved on, and they got back reunited again. He still had to deal with Israel. That was Judah that he was talking about, and the remnants of Israel that went with him. But the majority was Judah. Now he got to deal with Israel. And let's see what happens. Now Yisrael had fled every man to his own home. And all the people was arguing throughout all the tribes of Yisrael, saying, the king delivered us from the hand of our enemies and saved us from the hand of the Philistines. Now, this is not the ones that ran with him. This is the ones who stayed behind, who joined up with Absalom. What's the name of this lesson? Time is the true teller of all things. Now, a dilemma is about to arise now that I'm certain that most of us who have read this before didn't look that deep into what's about to be revealed here. This is the nations who stayed back with Absalom. These are the people who sided up with Absalom and said, yeah, Absalom should be our king. They anointed Absalom as their king. These are all those people. And watch what happened. Now Israel had fled, every man to his home, and all the people were arguing throughout all the tribes of Israel. Remember, a lot of them had came out to war to fight against David and the men. They thought they were going to be victorious, but they wasn't victorious. So now they fled back to their homes, knowing that King David is going to come at any moment and take over the kingdom. They don't want him to know that they were a part of the conspiracy. So they run into their homes to pretend as if nothing was going on with them, but they're guilty. Let's watch and see. And the people were arguing throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, the king delivered us from the hand of our enemies. Plenty of times David went out to war and protected the people from the enemies. And he saved us from the hand of the Philistines. And now he has fled out of the land from Absalom. But Absalom, whom we anointed over us, is dead in battle. Now, therefore, why do you say nothing about bringing the king back? They wasn't trying to have David back at this particular time. But certain people was questioning, how come you not bringing the king? How come we are not bringing the king or inviting the king back now that Absalom, who we sided up with, is dead? Now, when Absalom first took over the kingdom, they thought he was going to be the next king. But time is the true teller of all things. Sometimes you see something with your eyes that you think is going to be, well, I got this coming, I got that coming. Oh, this person going to hook up with me. That person is going to, man, we're going to get this thing going. We're going to be great. And then I can tell the people what to do. You have one thing in your mind, but the Most High, the Father, he has a completely different plan. And you won't know the Father's plan until it reveals itself, because time is the true teller of all things. We think that we understand because we put our hands to a task. But just because you put your hands to the task, if the Most High don't bless it, that task is not going to come into fruition, no matter how expertly you put your hand to that task. If the Most High doesn't put his blessing upon it and give his permission, it's not going to happen. Absalom, the people backed Absalom because he had 200 and something men in his army. Remember? He had 200 and something men following him. So the people said he's definitely our next king. And he was the next king, just that it didn't last for a long time. He died. And now they're questioning, what should we do? Because King David saw that we backed his son. He's going to be cruel to us. He's going to punish us. He's going to chastise us. He's going to hurt us when he becomes king again. But remember, family, all the people so-called love David. All you read through the scriptures, they love David. So how come they were so easy to turn against David when his son rose up and said he wanted to be king? The reason why is because time is the true teller of all things. People will tell you they love you today. Give it a little bit of time and they will reveal to you how they really feel about you. Sometimes when you want to find out if somebody really loves you, start an argument with them and watch the cruel words that they say to you. If somebody tell you a problem that they got with you with a calm, respectful voice, respect that. But those people who can only tell you the truth that they feel about you in an argument, flee from those people because they're not worthy of your company. And David sent this message to Zadok and Abiathar, the priests. Now remember, David is not back in Jerusalem yet. He's not there yet. He's still out in another city with the tribe of Judah and whoever came with them. He solved that issue that he had over there. Now he got to solve the issue that he has back at Jerusalem. Now think about this for a second. David, who has a military strategic advantage, he could have came and forced his way back took over his kingdom and sat back on his throne again. He could have did that, but that's not the wisdom of Dawid. You don't force anybody to do anything for you if you're king, or if you're the leader of a household, or if you're the husband. You never force anyone, especially your family. You always allow your family to have a choice in the matter. That way you will get the best out of them. If your wife don't want to cook at night, she don't have to cook. If your wife don't want to clean the house, she don't have to clean. If your wife don't want to make love to you when you want to be made, she don't have to make love to you. With the copulation of all those things together, and she's doing all those things simultaneously at the same time, and you've spoken to her time after time after time, baby girl, this is the issue, and she doesn't have a real physical problem that's preventing her from doing these things, why is she your wife? Now, if there are things in the way there that's causing the situation, see, this is, I'm telling you from the mind of a man. I'm not telling you from the mind of a weak man. The mind of a weak man, he'll let it slide, he'll let it slide, he'll let it slide, he'll let it slide, and he'll go out and cheat. He'll commit abominations before the Creator in the house with a prostitute or with somebody he just met, not wifing her, but yet sexing her because his wife at home is not giving him those pleasures. She's not the one for you, and you're not the one for her. Because when a real man enters into the life of a woman, she could be the lowliest of all women. When a real man enters into her life, he will develop her, mold her, and shape her into a beautiful flower. I don't blame the women for what they do in a lot of these relationships with the men, with the males. I don't blame them for that, because it's the males that allow them to have that behavior. Therefore, they act the way they act. When a man steps on the scene, a man teaches a woman how to be the best version of herself. He elevates her. He enhances her. He beautifies her. That's why a single woman is ugly. I don't care how pretty physically she looks. A single woman that's not married is ugly until the time that she gets married and that husband brings out the beauty of her. I don't care how calm and pleasant and all those things she was when she was single. That has nothing to do with when she becomes married, how she's beautified. She has a different confidence. She has a different spirit. She has a different essence. She has a different purpose. Beauty comes out of her at that time. Unless she's married to a weak man. And if she's married to a weak man, he cannot properly modify and make the twerks and tweaches. Therefore, she becomes disrespectful. She becomes arrogant. She becomes manly. She don't want to do her job. Her portion of the work or things or responsibilities in raising the families, even having children sometime. That marriage will not last. And that's 60-70% of the marriages in the Hebrew Israelite community today, because a lot of the men don't know how to be men. A lot of the males don't know how to be men. There's a difference between a man and a male. There's a difference between a king and just having somebody there. There's a difference. A king knows how to be king. Somebody that's there who might sit in a king's position but don't know how to be a king is just somebody that's there. There's a difference. So sisters, you got to ask yourself, what do I have? And if you believe that you have a king as a husband, then you have to treat him like a king. And if he got 90% of the things in proper place and 10% of the things are out of order, if you have the know-how or the ability, you should be helping him to get that 10% in order. Let's say, and this is a hypothetical, a man has to learn how to run a kingdom. Let's just say hypothetically, your man got crusty feet. His feet is out of order because he ain't properly taking care of them. Everything else about this man is great. Then sisters, you should be down there washing his feet. You should be down there cleaning his feet, cleaning his toes. You should pick up the responsibility where he lacks, as long as it's a feminine thing. It can be done in a feminine way by a female. Then you cool, you can do that. And while you're doing it, maybe you should talk to him sometime and say, baby, you need to clean that a little bit often, a little bit more often. You should do that a little bit more. You know, these things are stinky over here. They're not cool. If your man come home and put his shoes by the door because they stink, something is wrong with your husband's feet. And if you don't properly teach him or show him that he grew up all his life with his feet dirty and stinky like that, it don't have to be that way. He doesn't understand that that's an issue because he's a provider, he's a protector, or he's the toughest of all men. He's intelligent, he's wise. He makes the money, the bread, and the decisions in the household. He's a man, except that he got that small thing that he's lacking in. And you got the knowledge that it's a weakness in him. So your job is to build that up so it becomes a strength in him. If your man got to leave his shoes at the door because his feet stink, right? And you allow that type of behavior to go through where you just let his feet keep stinking, then you're not much of a wife. Because you should be on the internet finding out whatever your problems, your husband's issues are that makes him weak or make him soft or make him less of a man, less appealing, less pleasing to you. You should be talking to somebody else or looking up and researching how to make your man improve. That's your job as a wife. Those people in the kingdom could have allowed Dawid to wallow in his sorrows. He would have never been any more good. But they didn't. They complained and they told him that you got a problem. Straighten up. This and this and this and thus and thus. Straighten up, king. And what did the king do? He straightened up. He became back better than he was because he had the experience of failure when he cried before the people. He came back better. You don't have to challenge your man. You don't have to fight with your man and argue with your man, but you cannot abandon your man and you cannot abandon your man's issues because you don't want to address them. Then you're not much of a wife. Women, find your strength in this matter. Wherever he's weak, you expose him to it so that he can become strong. But don't let him become strong without you. Let him become strong while y'all are together. The Most High despises divorce. He doesn't want divorce. He wants us to build, build, build. Malachi, 3rd chapter. The Creator despises divorce. Was 3rd chapter or 2nd chapter? One of them two. I think it's around the 15th or 16th verse. He despises divorce. He doesn't want us to be divorced. He wants us to build. And in the process of building, when your king is weak, you have to help your king to stand up, to be strong. When your spiritual leader is weak, you have to help your spiritual leader to stand up and be strong. When your husband is weak, you have to stand up and help your husband to be strong. Time is a true teller of all things. If it's not meant to be, it won't meant to be, no matter what you do. So therefore, while you're helping your husband and he just can't be helped, then you have to approach the Most High, talk to the Most High, and see where you belong. King Dawid sent messengers with this message to Zadok and Abiathar the priest, say to the elders of Judah, why should you be the last to bring the king back to the house when the word of all Israel has come to the king? You are my brothers. You are my bone and my flesh. This is what King Dawid said to the tribes of Judah. Why then should you be the last to bring back the king? And say to Amasa, now who is Amasa? Amasa was the one who sided up with Absalom to take down the kingdom. I believe Amasa was his cousin. I believe it was. King Dawid says, are you not bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh? He says, Elohim do so to me and more so if you are not commander of my army from now on in place of Joab. You know, I always wonder why Joab had a problem with Dawid when he sided up with Abishai against Shlomo, Abner, Adonijah. He sided up with Adonijah against Shalomo to be next in the kingdom. Joab sided up with Adonijah. So I wondered where, because all prior to this, Joab was loyal to David on the highest level. But now David just did what he just did and took Amasa, and then Amasa was with his son, Absalom. He was Absalom's captain of the guards, commander of his army. Well, David saw such the good job that he did that David gave him a job. But what David also did, which a lot of people may not be paying attention to, is he showed the people that he was forgiving. Because Amasa should have been put to death. Anybody who sides up with the enemies to bring you down, they should receive the same punishment as the enemy. But what King David did was, David said, oh no, Amasa, here, I got a job for you. Take Joab's job. Joab, you second in command now. He's first in command. But Joab didn't like that. Joab was about his business. And we'll read about Joab in a little while. And he says to Amasa, are you not bone of my flesh of my bone? He said, Elohim do so to me. And also, if you are not commander of my army, from now on in the place of Joab. Verse 14. 2 Samuel chapter 19, verse 14. And he swayed the hearts of all the men of Judah as one man, so that they sent word to the king, return both you and your servants. So the king came back to the Jordan, and Judah came to Gilgal to meet the king and to bring the king over the Jordan. All the people came back to him and said, all right, come on, man. You can come back in. David could have forced his way and took over the kingdom once again. But then that would have caused bloodshed. That means a lot of people would have had to die. That means that he would have been forcing himself on the kingship of the people again. David never forced himself on anything or anybody. That's not the way David moved. Not anything or anybody that he had to rule over. David wanted to be brought back voluntarily. So therefore, he can convince the people. Now, we ain't talking about Israel. We talking about Judah that was still there in the land. He convinced them that he was worthy to still be king. He said, you know what, Amasa, you joined up with them, but still, guess what, Amasa, I got a job for you. I'll keep you in your position, but I'm going to be king again. But he didn't force his way. He waited till the people invited him to come back to his own land. Watch what it says. So the king came back to before that, and he swayed the hearts of the men of Judah as one man, so that they sent word to the king. They said, King, come on back. They said, return both you and your servants, all of your servants. The people invited him back. What do you think they was inviting him back for? To sit down so they can finish talking? To kill him? No, they was inviting him back to be king over the household once again. David did not usurp his authority over anybody. Any man in a household, that's why I teach the way I teach. Men, you don't have to force your wife to do anything. If she don't want you, she's not going to do it. If she's just using you, she's not going to do it. If she is in willing participation of bringing this marriage to its fullness, there will be very little things you have to ask her to do by way of her responsibilities. She will do it willingly. That way you get the best out of her. But you got to earn your part by doing what you are supposed to do willingly for the household. And the moment you fall short, the moment you get weak, she's going to let you know you're falling short. She's going to let you know you're getting weak. But the problem is, a male, he looks at that as disrespect. But a man looks at that as, you know what? You're right. You're right, Ishi. I got to get that together. You're right. Listen, man. I ain't got to talk to the men. I'm talking to the males because the men already know their responsibility. Listen, you do right by a great woman and give her all that she needs by way of being a woman, you will never want for nothing else in life. I'm talking about a woman that she will take. Man, listen, if you got a desire that she do backflips down the steps and a back semi at the end of that and stand up and say, hey, before you can get those words out of your mouth, she doing those backflips down the step. When she coming down from that high back semi, that backflip, and you saying, this is what I want you to do, she's already completed it. Because a good woman is already in the mind of her husband. I'm just exaggerating with the backflips and stuff. I'm just saying. A good woman is already in the mind of her husband. She knows what her husband desires, even without him having to say it. Because she studies. The two become one. What do you think the Creator's talking about? She studies her man. She knows her man. And if you don't know your man, then you're not a great wife. You might be a good woman learning to become a great wife by studying your man, and then one day you will be great. But if you don't even bother to study your man, you don't even bother to learn your man, then you're not doing your job as a wife. So the king came back to the Jordan, and Judah came to Gilgal to meet the king and to bring king over the Jordan. They came to bring the king back to his kingdom, so he can reign on his throne once again. And when they did all that, y'all remember how we started this chapter? We started this chapter in 2 Kings 16:5. And we read about a man named Shimei. And Shimei cursed Dawid out. And Dawid, his man said, let me kill him, Dawid. Dawid said, no, that might be because the Creator wanted him to do this. So let that man have his way. Y'all remember that? Let me address something before I move on. Is this the beginning of how the kingdom split? No. The kingdom been split. She says, my wife says, if Joab was loyal to the King Dawid, I can see why he's upset that he's losing his job to the enemy general. Let me share something with you, Ishi. Remember when I told you earlier, what I pronounced to the family, that the best man for the job is the man who should be doing the job? That's the same way Dawid felt. If Joab could not defeat the enemy by seeing the enemy coming, if he didn't have that insight, and Amasa was able to trick and deceive Joab, then that meant that Amasa was sharper than Joab, more qualified for that position of being captain of the army. And he also had to do that to show the people that he embraced what they were bringing. Y'all see what I'm saying? It was part strategic and then part earned by Amasa. Let's read on. Let's read on. And Shimei, the son of Gerah, the Benjamite, he was of Saul's house, the Benjamite, from Bahurim, hurried to come down with the men of Judah to meet King Dawid. Why? Why was he so much in a hurry to run to meet the king when they came across the Jordan? You know why? Because he just disrespected the king prior to this situation happening, because he also thought that Absalom was going to be the next king and that Absalom hated his father. Therefore, by him disrespecting King Dawid at that time, Absalom being the next king, King Dawid's feelings didn't matter. Time is the true teller of all things. He didn't know. What looked obvious to him with the eyes was what Shimei saw. And I'm saying to you, family, don't allow your eyes and what you see and what you think is going to happen because you see it happening and playing out. Don't allow yourself to be deceived, because the Most High is still king, and he will cause something to look away just so that he can prepare the way for the one that he wants to take that position. And that's exactly what took place. Let's look at it this way. The Most High allowed Absalom to take over the throne to fulfill the covenant that he said that the sword will not pass from David's house, to bring punishment and shame upon David in an embarrassment way, which would make him better. But the people around in the nation couldn't see the Most High's plan. All they knew was his son had just taken him out of the kingdom. So his son is going to be the next king. Let me side up with the son so I can have favor with the king. That's all they saw. They didn't know the Most High's plan. The Most High's plan was to move David to the side, only to bring David back improved than he was when he left. So the people, Shimei particularly, cussed David out and called him all kind of names. And because of the kindness of David, because of the humility of David, recognizing that this is his sin coming upon him, David spared Shimei's life. So this is the Shimei that we're about to read about right now. And watch what he does when he realizes that King David is the king once again. Time is the true teller of all things. Shimei, the son of Gera, the Benjamite, from Bahurim, hurried to come down with the men of Yehuda to meet King David before a decree went out and said, remember Shimei, take his head off. Before that could happen, he ran to meet David. But I'm going to tell you something. If a man ever wrongs you in his life, in your life, if a man ever does wrong to you that you do not deserve, and this man recognizes that he's done wrong, these are the steps that this man should take to make matters right with you in your life. Let's see if this happens. And David with him were 1,000 men from Benjamin. So Shimei had a little rank. He brought 1,000 men from Benjamin. And Zebna, the servant of the house of Saul, and his 15 sons and his 20 servants, they all rushed down to the Jordan before the king. Now watch this, family. As they crossed the ford to bring over the king's household and to do his pleasure, and Shimei, the sons of Gera, they fell down before the king. They fell down before the king. They prostrated before the king. Have you ever had a man in your life that you held that high and that great in your sight, that you felt in his presence, this man is truly sent by the Most High? This man is a servant of the Most High. Indeed he is. Because if you did, if you ever wronged that man, this is the way that you should approach that man. The Most High doesn't see this as idolatry, because that's not what that is. It's not idolatry. It's honor. It's humility. They fell down before the king as he was about to cross the Jordan. And they said, or he said to the king, he said, let not my Lord hold me guilty. Please forgive me for the transgressions that I've committed to you. Or remember how your servant did wrong. Please don't remember what I did evil and wrong and wicked. On the day my Lord the king left Jerusalem, he says, do not let the king take it to heart. Please don't meditate on that. Don't focus on that. Don't think on that, please. I was foolish. I sinned against you. I sinned against the Creator, and I ask that you will forgive me. For your servant knows that he have sinned. Well, wait a minute. Where was his sin? He just said he recognizes he sinned. You know what his sin was? Does anybody know what his sin was? I trust that y'all know his sin. Somebody tell me what his sin was, please, before I give it out. Somebody tell me what Shimei's sin was that he committed. Talk black to me, y'all. Talk black to me. What was Shimei's sin that he committed? That he had to apologize for committing that sin? Talking bad about the Most High's anointed. Go ahead, girl. That's what you don't ever want to do. Talk bad about the Most High's anointed. Absolutely. You don't never want to do that. Whoever the Most High has in positionship as leadership over you, don't ever speak evil words about that individual, ever. Because if you do, you are sinning against the Most High and you're sinning against that individual. Shimei recognized his sin and he goes to the king and prostrates himself on the ground. And but you got to remember, it's 1,000 men with Shimei. And imagine if every one of them is prostrating themselves on the ground while Shimei is prostrating and asking the king for forgiveness. Because all of them turned against him. They all sided up with his son Absalom. And now they're asking for his forgiveness. How would he know if they meant it if they still standing up and they're not doing anything to embarrass themselves in the process of asking for that forgiveness? See, when a person comes to you and say, oh man, I ain't mean it, please forgive me. That's one thing. But when a person comes to you and humiliates themselves to show you that they're sorry, that's another thing. That man, you got to respect the Bucks men. Because he was really ready, he was willing, able, and ready to bring shame upon himself and how others saw him so that he can make things right with you. He means what he's saying. Most males today, they don't move like that. They'll say, oh, I'm sorry, please forgive me, and that you better accept it. Well, prove to him that you're sorry. How do you want me to prove to you that I'm sorry? Bring some shame and embarrassment upon yourself. Kiss my ring. Oh, man, you ain't nobody. I ain't kissing that. No, you crazy. Ain't none of that happening. They're not willing to embarrass themselves. Because in today's society, what we see is another man humbling himself to another man is disgraceful for that man. That's an ego blast. And that he ain't going to let that happen because he got to look good in the sight of the people. An honorable man will do whatever he needs to do to show you that he's sorry for what he's done. A prideful man has limitations, and those limitations are silly things. Then we're not talking about jumping off a bridge. We're not talking about shooting yourself in the head. We're not talking about any of those things. We're talking about the simple thing of kissing his brother, and asking his brother for forgiveness. An arrogant man will not see himself doing that. He won't do it. He won't do it. It's just that simple. But a humble man, a man who really means it. Like when Abraham told his servant, he said, if you mean this, put your hand under my thigh and let's enter into this covenant. And what did his servant do? Your leg ain't up high enough, man. And put his hand under his thigh. And they entered into that covenant. Men stand on the principles of being a man. And we know that it ain't no homo in you to do things to bring you embarrassment to show somebody that you're sincere in your commitment. Not enough of us do that. Not enough of us operate in that spirit. Yeah, Prince, I know I did you wrong, man. I'm sorry. I forget. Please forgive me. I ain't mean to do it. And then bang. Well, you say, well, you know you did me wrong. Now what I need you to do is I need you to humble yourself. And I need you to put out a decree letting everybody know that you know you did wrong. Embarrass yourself by apologizing. Make it public. Like what you did with broadcasting all that evil and false report. Like you broadcast all that. Now put it out in righteousness in the same energy. And then I know you mean what you do. What you said wasn't true. I know that you mean what you're saying. That you apologize. Then you test the man's soul. You test the man's character. You test the individual for who he is. But until that time comes, you can keep your apology because your apology don't mean anything. You know how many people I got coming up here talking about they apologize for what they did? Well, if you really apologize for what you did, then undo what you've done and make it right. Then I know you truly apologize. And then we can begin to build and fix things. We have to understand that when a person stands on the opposite side of righteousness against you, that's where you leave them, on the opposite side of righteousness. But everybody has a way of changing and asking for forgiveness. And when a person really changes and asks for your forgiveness, you forgive them, but they have to show you that they're worthy of being forgiven. Do you understand what I'm saying? And once they show you, it is not with words. It's not with words. Once they show you that they're worthy of being forgiven, then that matter is removed to the side. You don't forget, but you move it to the side, just like the Most High did with all of our sins in the book of Ezekiel, the 18th chapter. Your sins wasn't forgotten. Your sins were covered. And that's why they have Kippur. That's why the Day of Atonement is called the Day of Atonement. And an atonement in Hebrew is Kippur. And Kippur means to cover. It doesn't mean to remove. It means to cover, meaning that their covering moved to the side, but they're never erased. They're always in a place where they can be pulled up and say, hey, listen, here you are. Because that same man that apologized before the Most High and asked the Most High to forgive them of their sins, the Most High's next commandment is change from your wicked ways. So once you change from your wicked ways, then all your sins won't be remembered no more. And then if you become the opposite of righteousness and you become wicked all again, all that stuff is just brought up against you again. It's a covering. It's called Kippur. Kippur means covering. It means atonement. Don't get it twisted with the Christian version of forgiving your sin. Because in Christianity, they say that your sins are forgiven, which means they're wiped out. That ain't what the Most High says. The Most High says you should be atoned for, which means your sin should be covered, but never forgotten. There's a difference, a distinct difference. And the Most High reigns supreme, so I take his judgment over anything. He says, please don't hold this against me. He says, please. He says in verse 20, for your servant knows that I have sinned. Therefore, behold, I have come down this day, the first of all the house of Yosef, to come down to meet my lord the king. Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, answered, shall not Shimei be put to death for this, because he cursed the king, the Most High's anointed? But Dawid said, what have I to do with you? You son of Zeruiah, that you should this day be as an adversary to me. Shall anyone be put to death in this day in Israel? For do I not know what I am this day, king over Israel? And the king saith to Shimei, you shall not die. And the king gave his oath. The king promised him, you shall not die, Shimei. Why would he want to kill anybody when this day is supposed to be more of a day of celebration as opposed to a day of destruction? And watch this. And Mephibosheth, now anybody know who Mephibosheth is? Mephibosheth is the son of Jonathan, and he was crippled. He couldn't walk. One of his feet was crippled or something. And Dawid, after Jonathan died, Dawid brought Mephibosheth into his house. And he lived in his house at his table because Dawid loved his father. That was his brother. They was like brothers. They had a love affair that superseded the love affair of a man and a woman. Any man who's ever been a part of a brotherhood understands what that means. But the problem is a lot of males have not been a part of a brotherhood, so they do not understand that the love between two men can supersede that between a man and a woman. And it's because usually the love between two men, you're required to do things that involve your ego, your pride, your arrogance, and sometimes your life when you have another brother that's worthy of that. Sometimes your life. You two will go out on the ends for each other that would not ever be required or requested of a female to do. But men sometimes require that from their other brothers. And Mephibosheth, the son of Saul, came down to meet the king. Watch this conversation, a very interesting conversation. He had neither taken care of his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his clothes from the day that the king departed until the day that he came back in safety. Do y'all understand what we just read? 99% of the communities that would read this lesson, read this message, would read that and continue on reading, as opposed to expounding on the lesson that can be taught in that portion. Let me do it again. And Mephibosheth, the son of Saul, and I know it says the son of Saul, but it's really the son of Jonathan. It's saying Saul because he's out of the house of Saul. I believe that what I'm saying is correct. So you can go back and check it for me. Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, or Jonathan. He came down to meet the king, and he had neither taken care of his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his clothes from the day that the king departed until the day that the king came back in safety. That's love. That's love. That's honor. That's integrity. That's loyalty. That's commitment. This man was crippled. He knew he couldn't be out there fighting in nobody's war. But what he did do was he fasted, he prayed, and he put it in the Most High's hands. If somebody really wants to help you, and they can't help you physically, that's the best way for them to show their help and support for you, is to fast, to pray, and put it in the Most High's hands. This man, he didn't take care of his feet. He couldn't walk, remember? He didn't trim his beard. He didn't want to look good. He didn't go to the barbershop and get his shape up. He let it all look wild and rough. He didn't wash his clothes. He kept the same dirty clothes. From day in, the king departed until the day out when the king came back in safety. What is that? When you don't wash your clothes, you don't clean your beard, you don't clean your feet, you don't take care of yourself. What is that usually? That's usually how you bring affliction, anah, upon yourself. There's a lot of people who will do that on the Day of Atonement just to bring affliction upon themselves when they go before the Most High. This is what Mephibosheth was doing because of the respect, love, loyalty, and honor that he had for King Dawid. That's right. It was a sacrifice. He asked something of the Creator, and then he gave something back in return. Too many of us ask of the Most High, but give nothing in return. You have to learn how to approach the Creator. First thing, rule number one, when you approach the Most High, you ask the Most High for permission to approach his throne. Don't just take it upon yourself arrogantly. Oh, Creator, how you doing, man? This is what we need. Yeah. Can you help me with this? No. Before you ask the Most High for anything, before you enter into prayer with the Most High, you acknowledge that he is king above all things. And you ask him for permission to approach unto his throne. Then you proceed with what it is that your request is about during your prayer. Mephibosheth sacrificed all these things in honor of Dawid as he approached unto the Most High. Now, I know the scripture don't say he made prayer, but believe me, that's what he was doing. That's why these are all the signs. And if you were familiar with sacrificing to the Creator, you would know that Mephibosheth was sacrificing his time, his energy, even his smell, his look goods in order to receive something from the Most High. When you ask something of the Most High, it's best that you give something to the Most High in exchange for what you want. That's why a lot of our prayers are not answered, because we don't know how to pray. Who taught you how to pray? Your oppressor. He taught you through the movies, through televisions. You never asked the Most High how to pray. You never allowed the Most High to teach you what he desired of you. You didn't do that. The majority of us, we didn't do that. We just assumed we knew. And we just assumed that it was okay for us to approach the Creator in a manner that we saw fit. And that's not true. You approach the Most High in a manner that he says is fit, not the manner that you choose. And when he came to Yerushalayim to meet the king said to him, why did you not go with me, Mephibosheth? He answered, my lord the king, O king, my servant deceived me. For your servant said to him, I will saddle a donkey for myself, that I may ride on it and go with the king, for myself is lame. So he had to ride on the donkey because he could not walk with the king. He has slandered your servant to the king, my lord, to my lord the king. But my lord the king is like an angel of Elohim. That's one of the greatest compliments that one man can give to another man. Y'all see that right there? He said, my lord the king is like an angel of the Most High. He says, do therefore what seems good unto you. For all my father's house were but men doomed to death before my lord the king. But you set your servant among those who eat at your table. He says, what further right have I than to cry to the king? Let me say something to y'all about this. Because again, this is something that a lot of people would overlook. But Prince ain't, because Prince is one of those kind of people. He says, my lord the king, you have fed me. You have clothed me. You have housed me. You have taken care and provided for me, and I'm a grown man. You have went out of your way to travel miles just to see to my safety. There is no way ever that I will be disrespectful to you. He says, I am appreciative for all that you have done for me, and I'm going to show you my appreciation through my actions. Again, he ain't just talking. He's actually showing. For all my father's house were but doomed to death before my lord the king. But you set your servant among those who eat at your table. You provided for me. There are so many people in the world today that don't know what loyalty looks like. So many people cry for a man of the Most High to be in their lives, to help, to lead, to guide, and then they get them and they disrespect them because they don't understand what real loyalty looks like. You know why? Partly because of what the adversary has done to us and made us selfish individuals. They made us selfish. Therefore, 90% of the things that we desire are for self, me and mine. And we forget the sacrifice that's sometimes needed for the masses of the people, for the majority of the people, let alone for somebody who has fed you, clothed you, housed you, took you off the streets from the gutters and gave you a roof over your head, food to eat, and a table to sit at. Fresh running water so you can bathe yourself and cleanse yourself. And what did you do? You turned your back at the first opportunity you got. Mephibosheth said, that's not me. I'm a man who walks in my integrity, and I understand the blessings that you have brought in my life. I owe you. You could have taken my life, but you chose not to. He said, do with me as you see necessary. Most guys today, nah, man, you ain't doing nothing. I'm out. I'm getting out of here. I'm not going to let you have your way with me. He said, what further right have I than to cry to the king? And the king said to him, why speaketh any more of your affairs? He says, I have decided you and Zeblah should divide the land. And Mephibosheth, because he was so humble, this is what he says. Mephibosheth said to the king, oh, let him take it all. He's not selfish. Most selfish men would say, oh, yeah, okay, we'll take that. I'll take half. He take half. At least I'm getting something. Mephibosheth wasn't that kind of guy. He was a man above men. He was an honorable man. First, you can see his integrity, how he honored King Dawid and said, Dawid, I made a mistake. It wasn't my fault. I tried to come and do this and do all these things. He fasted, he prayed, he meditated, he sacrificed, he didn't eat, he took the clothes off his body. He did all these things. He laid down dirty and stinky. He did all these things to bring embarrassment upon himself so that his prayers can be answered, that King Dawid would return home. King Dawid returned home because he was loyal, faithful, because he understood that Dawid was important to the Most High. He recognizes that above all that, Dawid did all these things for him in his life. Sometimes a man can do things for you in your life, and you have no loyalty and you have no integrity inside of you, that you disrespect him by the things you do and the decisions you make. There's always a way back. Even if he tell you there is no way back, there's always a way back. Time is the true teller of all things. He said, and Mephibosheth said to the king, oh, let him take it all, since my lord the king has come safely home. That's all I wanted. All he wanted was for Dawid to come back home. And he meant that. And he showed it through his actions, not just with his words. But because of the sacrifices that he made, he showed that he wanted the king to come back home. We get so much lip service, but very few people actually showing how much they really mean it by their actions. Now, Barzillai, the Gileadite, had come down from Rogelim, and he went on with the kings to Jordan to escort him over the Jordan. Now, watch this, family. Barzillai was a very aged man, another man full of integrity, full of honor. Barzillai was an aged man, 80 years old. This man was 80 years old. He had provided the kings with foods while he stayed at Mahanaim, for he was a very wealthy man. This man was wealthy, while King Dawid was out running from his son. Was it his son or was it another incident? I believe it was this situation. Yeah, Mahanaim. He was running from his son. He didn't have no access to foods or water or any of those things. Remember the people that brought Dawid food and water? Well, it says here that this man right here, Barzillai, helped to do that in the process because he was so wealthy. And the king said to Barzillai, come over with me, and I will provide for you with me in Jerusalem. Before we read any further, I intend to teach the men in this audience today integrity. I intend to teach the males in this audience today a little bit about loyalty. But loyalty is not going to come just by the words of my mouth. Loyalty is going to come by the actions that you display. Loyalty. This man who was wealthy, who was rich, why was he worried about the affairs of King Dawid? Why would he even risk his life to make sure that Dawid ate and that his men ate? Unless he had love for Dawid, real love. And that love is not recognized by a lot of people today. Sometimes you can love a man so much that you're willing to risk your own life to make sure that that man is provided for. And Barzillai did exactly that. And he was an older guy. So much that Dawid had to honor him because Dawid recognized what he did by risking his life and sending food to them, that when Dawid got back in power, Dawid said, all your troubles are over. Come live in the kingdom and let me provide for you for the rest of your life. Out of honor and respect for what the man had did. See, you got to honor and you got to respect those men who make sacrifices for you that causes pain and suffering to come upon their own lives just so that you can have a little bit of peace and comfort, so that you can get a little bit of prestige, honor, and integrity. These things are important, but these things are absent in large numbers from today's world because the majority of people in the earth today don't think like this. But our forefathers, they lived like this. How can a woman honor her husband? Thinking in the same manner. Get creative, sis. There is a way that you can get through to that man that you never tried before. Do it. And the king said to Barzillai, come over with me, and I will provide for you with me in Jerusalem. I will make sure that you got everything you need. This man was already wealthy, but he could use a lot of other things like protection. You know, he could use a whole lot of things. He had provisions because he was wealthy enough, but living in a king's house was protection. Plus, Dawid would have been his covering, so he would have received the mercy and the blessings of the Creator because of his covering. A whole lot of things fall in play here, y'all. And the king said to Barzillai, come over with me, and I will provide with me in Jerusalem. But Barzillai said to the king, how many years have I still to live, that I shall go up with the king to Jerusalem? He says, I am this day 80 years old. Can I discern what is pleasing and what is not? Can your servant taste that what he eats or what he drinks? Can I still listen to the voice of singing men and singing women? Why then should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king? He understood, but he was honorable. He said, I don't want to be an added burden to. He said, I can't do none of the things that men should be able to do to serve the king. I can't go out and come back. I can't work out in the fields. See, in the ancient days, men, and mark what I'm saying to you and meditate on it when you spare time. In the ancient days, men didn't want nobody giving them anything. Men wanted to earn their way, and everything that they received, they wanted to earn it. But today, they want it for free. Give, give, give. They don't even want to work. Give, give, give. This belongs to me. They feel entitled. But in the ancient days, it wasn't so. In the ancient days, to live in the house with the king and you not earn it was an embarrassment to the individual. So therefore, he said, I can't do that, king, because I can't do the things that's needed to give you back or to show my respect to you. So all I can do is just contribute financially. He says, your servant, he humbles himself by saying, your servant to the king will go a little way over the Jordan with the king. Why should the king repay me with such a reward? Please let your servant return, that I may die in my own city near the grave of my father and my mother. Another point that I got to bring out. Look how he was concerned with being buried close to his parents, if not in the same grave. How many of you will have the privilege and the honor to be buried in a grave with your parents? How many of your children will have that privilege of being buried in a grave with you? As long as we're in these cities, chances are that ain't going to happen. Chances are it ain't going to happen. People are passing away every day. New generations are coming up. New mindsets and new thoughts are coming up. Very few of us are concerned with where we're being buried at. We Beulah Land at Temple Kepharim, we have our own cemetery, our own O-N-E, Oni, no, O-W-N. We have our own cemetery, our own, where we will bury our own people and our own descendants to come. We will bury them as well. When we pass, we know where we're going to be, where we're going to get buried, as long as our bodies are not destroyed. You should be preparing a place for you one day and your family. Where is that going to be? If you want that high level of association with others, Beulah Land, Temple Kepharim, we got a place for you. But you got to be on that high spiritual level with us. There's a whole lot of things that's going on right now in Israel today. Life is not guaranteed or promised to any of us. When my own wife passed before my eyes, and I mean my eyes, before my eyes looking at her, I had no idea that she was going to pass. I actually thought she was going to recover. I did. And she took her last breath and passed. Something kicked inside of me that I still haven't been able to shake as of yet. And that is that this thing we live in is real. Death is imminent and it's real. And if you don't start making preparations for it right now while you're healthy and alive, you're going to suffer in the afterlife, because you're not going to go away. Your body is not going to be put at rest like it should be. Your descendants after you are not going to feel your strength and your muscle in their lives after you leave, because you didn't do it right. That's right. So we have to start becoming more accountable for our future actions by doing it today. Prepare for these things today, so that, creator forbid, but when they happen, you're more accountable of what you chose and the decisions that you made. Your family should have life insurance, some type of life insurance, where they should be able to receive something, if it's the bare minimum, enough to put you in the ground. But as far as you can stretch your payments every month, buy them some life insurance so that they can continue in life and have a head start. Your children especially, your Nashim especially. Everybody that's under your covering should be provided for. Everybody, in one way or another. And it don't have to be no off the chart numbers like $2 and $3 million, but it needs to be something that's going to help their lives. Insurance is not for the dead. Insurance is for the living. It's for all those that you leave behind. Where you're going to be buried at, we have our own cemetery. More than likely, that's where we'll be, in that cemetery, when that time comes, where our bodies go back to the earth. Our essence go back to the Most High, and our spirit comes back through our seed as new children are born in our lineage. This man prayed to Dawid and said, Dawid, please let me go be buried near the grave, or in the grave, or with the grave of my father and my mother. That is a man that is responsible and has taken account to his future. He's already said where I'm going and what I'm going to do. How many people, and you be honest, family, how many people do you know that left this life, that has departed this life, and another man has decided what happened to their body afterwards? Most people. Because most of us don't take into account that one day we're going to pass. We think we're all going to live to be 80, 90, 100 years old. But the reality is that the majority of y'all won't. So if you don't, You have to have preparations in place to know where you're going to bury yourself or where you're going to be buried, who's going to bury you, where the money is going to come from to bury you. These things should already be taken into account. Excuse me. But most of us, because we don't even plan our lunch for tomorrow, we don't have any idea of what's going to happen to our future or how to cause it to be manipulated so that we can prepare for our future today. He says, but here is your servant, Chimnah. Let him go over with my lord the king and do for him whatever seems good to you. And the king answered, Chimnah should go over with me, and I will do for him whatever seems good to you. And all that you desire to me, I will do for you. Then all the people went over to Jordan, and the king went over, and the king kissed. What did he do? What did he do to this man? The king kissed Barzillai. He kissed him, and he blessed him, and he returned to his own home. Dawid was full of honor. Therefore, only an honorable man can kiss another man worthy of a kiss. The king went on to Gilgal, and Chimham went on with him, and all the people of Yehudah, and also half the people of Yisrael brought the king on his way. So the king is being escorted back to Jerusalem. Then all the men of Yisrael came out to the king and said to the king, why have our brothers of men of Judah stolen you away and brought the king and his household over the Jordan and all Dawid's men with him? All the men of Judah answered the men of Yisrael, because the king is our closest relative. Why then are you angry over this matter? So why was they angry? They was angry because all the men that escorted King Dawid over the Jordan was of the tribe of Judah, and the few that left with him. The majority of them was of the tribe of Judah. The majority of Israel was still in the land of Jerusalem and all over Israel. They're saying we should have been a part of that. When you brought the king back in, you're saying he's only your king, but we're saying he's our king as well. But all the men of Judah, they said, because the king is our close relative, why then are you angry over this matter? Have we eaten at all at the king's expense, or has we given us any gifts? That the men of Yisrael answered the men of Judah, we have 10 shares in the king. We got 10 tribes. So because we got 10 tribes, we got 10 shares in the king. You only got one. We got 10. And in that we also have more than you. We got more than you in the king. Although he's bone of your bone and flesh of your flesh, we got 10 people, 10 nations that says he's our king and he's a part of us. He said, they say, we have more than you. Why then did you despise us? Were we not the first to speak to bring back our king? But the words of the men of Judah were fiercer than the words of the men of Israel. Oh, I want to read this so bad. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this. Y'all bear with me, all right? We're going to do this, y'all. We're going to do it, all right? We're going to do this. What is it, 2:30? We got this, 2:38. We got this, y'all. It's getting better and better. Watch, it gets better and better. 2 Samuel chapter 20, verse 1. Now there happened to be there a worthless man whose name was Sheba, the son of Bichri, a Benjamite. And he blew the trumpet and said, we have no portion in Dawid. He was mad. The men of Judah said what they said. The men of Israel said what they said. And then this worthless man named Sheba, he says, we don't want nothing to do with Dawid. He about to take the kingdom back and be separated and divided all over again. He says, we have no portion in Dawid, and we have no inheritance in the sons of Jesse. every man to his tent, O Yisrael. And guess what? That worthless man had enough authority that all the people left. All of Israel, they left. So all the men of Israel withdrew from Dawid, and they followed Sheba, the son of Bichri. That man who was worthless, that wasn't nothing. After that argument was over, they withdrew from following King Dawid, and they set Sheba up to be their leader. Did you know that? Did you know that that's what happened in our history? I know you didn't, but it's all right. Were the tribes and kingdoms already split? No, Dawid was ruling over all the nations. This is the second split. As in northern and southern, if so, when did they split? The kingdom split with King Solomon's son. Go read 1 Kings chapter 11 and 12. And in 1 Kings 11 and 12, you will read a story about Rehoboam and Jeroboam and when the kingdom actually split. 10 tribes went with Jeroboam, and 2 tribes stayed back with Rehoboam, King Solomon's son. All right? When you get a chance, you go there and you read that, and you'll see when the kingdom split. They came back together when they united King Dawid as the king of all the nations. Dawid ruled over all the nations. Well, actually, Saul actually was the king of all the nations at first. And then Judah separated from Saul and formed Dawid to be king. So we had a king over here in Dawid, and then we had a king over there in Saul. And after Saul's death, Abner, I believe his name was Abner, was the guard side of the kingdom of Israel to come back to Dawid. And that's what they did. And Dawid ruled over all of them. All right. And now they're upset, so the house is breaking off again. Yes, that's the first split. So all the men of Israel withdrew from Dawid. That's the second split. The first split was way before Dawid's time. The first split was where I told you in 1 Kings, in the book of Kings, I believe it's the 1 Kings chapter 11 and chapter 12. So all the men of Israel withdrew from Dawid and followed Sheba, the son of Bichri. But the men of Judah followed their king steadfast from Judah to Jerusalem. And Dawid came to his house at Jerusalem, and the king took the 10 concubines whom he had left to care for the house, and put them in a house under guard and provided for them. But they did not go, and he did not go into them any longer. So they were shut up until the day of their death, living as if in widowhood. Excuse me. Then the king said to Amasa, now Amasa was the one he just gave Joab's job to. Remember Joab? He gave Joab's job to Amasa and made Amasa captain of the guards. Now pay attention, because watch what happens. So he calls his captains of the guards and he gives them a command. And this is what he says. Call the men of Judah together to me within 3 days and be here yourself. So Amasa went to summon Judah, but he delayed before the set time that had been appointed him. Dawid gave him a command, and this man took his time to do what Dawid had commanded him to do. Dawid said, go out and tell the men to be here in 3 days, and you come with them. But Amasa took his time to get the king's commands done, and that's going to be a problem, a grievous problem. And Dawid said to Abishai, now Sheba, the son of Bichri, will do us more harm than Absalom. Who was Sheba? Sheba was the man that Israel, the 10 tribes, had just started serving and worshiping. King Dawid said, Sheba will do us harm because he allowed the kingdom to be split. He said he will do us more harm than Absalom could ever do. This is King Dawid talking to Abishai. He said, take your Lord's servants and pursue him, lest he will get himself to a fortified city and escape from us. He said, as they left, he said, strap up and go and get him and take him out before he grows and becomes strong over the nation and we have a problem in the future. Dawid was a forward thinker. So he had to prevent any problems from happening in the future with a man that they chose to put in position. Take your Lord's servants and pursue him, lest he gets himself to a fortified city and escape from us. And there went out after him Joab's men, and the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and all the mighty men. And watch this. Joab gonna go out with him. But watch this. Watch what happens. And all the mighty men, they went out from Jerusalem to pursue Sheba, the son of Bichri. When they were at the great stone that is Gibeah, Amasa came to meet them. Who is Amasa? Anybody know who Amasa is? Amasa was the one that King Dawid gave Joab's job to. Amasa was the one that King Dawid told to go and assemble the men and come back to me in 3 days, but he didn't do it. So now Amasa came to meet them. Now Joab was wearing a soldier's garment, and over it was a belt with a sword in its sheath fastened to his thigh. Amasa was the one who sided up with Absalom to kill Dawid. Amasa was the one that when Dawid came back in control, he told Amasa that I'm going to take you, although you sided with my son, I'm going to put you as captain of my guards. He took Joab's job. Well, they're out in the wilderness. There's no Dawid around. Verse 9, and Joab said to Amasa, is it well with you, my brother? Look, he even called him my brother. He even called him my brother. He said, is it well with you, my brother? And you know, Amasa was thinking everything was peace. And Joab took Amasa by the beard with his right hand and kissed him. But Amasa did not observe the sword that was in Joab's hand. Sometimes that kiss that people give you will be a kiss of deception. They will mean you no good, but yet they will constantly be saying good things to you and treating you in a manner that brings you delight or pleasure, making you feel good about them, and you begin to think that this person is your friend. Or better yet, you begin to think that this person is your brother. But in reality, it's all a facade. So he can take out his knife and stab you in the rib. This is a reality of how our people live even today. This is what Joab said. Oh, you got my job, huh? All right, I got something for you. And what did he do? He kissed him as he thrust his sword in him. Joab struck him with it in the stomach and spilled his entrails to the ground without striking a second blow, and he died. But before he died, some more things are going to take place. Then Joab and Abishai, his brother, pursued Sheba, the son of Bichri. And one of Joab's young men took his stand by Amasa and said, whosoever favors Joab and whosoever is for Dawid, let him follow Joab. And Amasa lay wailing in his blood in the highway. And anyone who came by seeing him stopped. And when the man saw that all the people stopped, he carried Amasa out of the highway into the field and threw a garment over him. When he was taken out of the highway, all the people went on after Joab to pursue Sheba, the son of Bichri. Joab said, oh, you want my job, huh? Joab said, oh, you got my job, huh? Oh, you turned against the king, and then the king rewards you to show the nation of Israel that the king was, the king did all this to show them that he was forgiven. But the kingdom of Israel just separated from Dawid. So therefore, Amasa had no more purpose. I wonder if Dawid even told Joab to kill him. You never know. Sheba passed through all the tribes of Israel to Abel of Beth Maacah, and all the Berkrites assembled and followed him in. And all the men who were with Joab came and besieged him in Beth Maacah, Abel of Beth Maacah. They cast up a mound against the city, and it stood against the rampart. And they were battering the walls to throw it down. Now, I want to talk about this part right here. The army of King Dawid came to that city. What was that? Abel of Beth Maacah. Abel Beth Maacah. They all encamped around the city. And now they got these battering rams where they're knocking the door down. And watch the wisdom of one person. I want y'all to pay attention to this one person and what this one person did and who had the intelligence to bring this message. All the men who were with Joab came and besieged him in Abel of Beth Maacah. They cast up a mound against the city, and it stood against the rampart, and they were battering the walls to throw it down. Then a wise woman, what did it say? A wise woman. Let me say something to y'all before we continue. How can I put it to you in a way that you will understand and relate to it? Do anybody know what a witch is? A witch is a woman with knowledge. That's what a witch is. A woman with knowledge that utilizes and goes through the back door in her knowledge to get what it is that she needs. A wise woman can be considered a witch. You could say that. Now, I'm not saying that this woman was a witch, but scripture calls her a wise woman, and I want you to look deeper into why it calls her a wise woman. So they call her a wise woman. She called from the city. She says, listen, hold up, stop banging on our door. Tell Joab, come here. She must have been a respected woman because she just called for the general. If the army is outside at your door, you call for the general, he ain't paying you no mind. They're going to keep what they're doing. But they came to her. Joab came to her. She said, come here, Joab, that I may speak to you. And he came near to her. And the woman said, a wise woman. She was smart. She was intelligent. She had the know-how of wisdom. A woman did all this. And Joab, who was a man of men, he adhered to her. That's what makes you a man. To know when she's right and to listen to her and to be able to discern if she's wrong and not listen to her. For you to close your eyes for the simple fact that she's a woman is a mistake on your behalf. If you say, well, that's my wife, I ain't listening to her, then you a fool. And you will probably never progress in life. Because a lot of times the Most High speaks through your wife to get a message to you. Joab wasn't even married to this individual, but yet he gave her an opportunity to speak to him. Watch what he did. She said, are you Joab? He answered, I am. Then she said to him, listen to the words of your servant. And he answered, I'm listening. Then she said, They used to say in former times, let them but ask counsel at Abel. See, then again, Abel. Let them ask counsel of Abel, being wise and wisdom, learned people practicing the arts. And so they settled the matter. I am one of those who are peaceable and faithful in Israel. She says, you seek to destroy a city that is a mother in Israel. Why will you swallow up the heritage of the Most High? Joab answered, far be it from me, far be it, that I should swallow up or destroy. He says, that is not true. He takes the time out of, this is a general. He takes the time to explain to this woman what his situation is. Most males are too arrogant, too high and mighty to humble themselves to a woman to explain themselves to this degree. But he is. He said, but a man of the hill country of Ephraim called Sheba, the son of Bichri, has lifted up his hand against King David. He says, give up him alone, and I will withdraw from the city. Who saved the city? A woman. And the woman said to Joab, now watch this woman, what kind of power and authority she got that she could make a decision for the whole city. She said, behold, his head shall be thrown to you over the wall. She already by herself decreed that this man is going to have his head cut off. This is so deep. So many different levels of respect is being shown here. You have no idea. The whole city was just saved by a woman. Because we would have opened those doors, we just start cutting them up, chopping them up. And so many people would have lost their lives. But a wise woman who practiced the arts, she came out and said, oh, no, we're not going to have that. The people, the woman went to all the people in her wisdom, and they cut off the head of Sheba, the son of Bichri, and threw it out to Joab. So he blew the trumpet, and they dispersed from the city, every man to his home, and Joab returned to Jerusalem to the king. That's deep. That's deep. The whole city, thousands of lives was spared because of the wisdom of a woman. So don't be so quick to cast these women off and say they're not worth nothing. They're a piece of trash. Don't be so quick to do that. We got some very powerful women, especially in Israelite women today. The Most High is increasing them in so many ways. I want you to know that in the book of Jeremiah, it says in the last days, the woman will surpass a man. That means she will go further than a man could ever go in her wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You got to watch it. That's prophecy. There's not Prince saying that. You, as a man, has to master your woman. So that means that if she's great and mighty, you got to be above all that in your expertise, in your profession, and in your field. Because the Most High said that they're going to be blessed. How are you going to prepare for that? Every man, every great man who's ever ruled the earth and ever will rule the earth always had a powerful woman right by his side. Always. The woman that he kept right next to him, she wasn't no sleaze bucket. She was wise. She was intelligent. She was sharp. And the same thing, if he had 3 or 4 or 5 different wives, he always had smart, intelligent, sharp women in his company. I believe it's Jeremiah 33. 31 or 33, it says a woman shall surpass a man. We can look it up real quick. You know what? Maybe y'all can look it up. Because if I go there, I'm going to miss what I'm doing. All right, brother Brandon, if you can hang around to after the lesson, bring that question back up, and then we'll spurge a little bit into it. I believe it's Jeremiah 31, 32, or 33. Some reason verse 11 stands out. Now Joab was in command of all the army of Israel. He was back in command. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was in command of the Kerethites and the Perethites. And Oram was in charge of the forced labor. And Jehoshaphat, the son of Ehud, was the recorder. And Sheba was secretary. And Zadok and Abiathar was priests. And Ira and Yarith was also David's priests. If you got it, brother, please share it with the family so we'll know the chapter and verse. All right, Brother Brandon, put it in the room so we'll all know where it is, please. It says, there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years. All right, I think we might want to stop here because this is about to take us into another chapter, which is a whole nother story, which is a whole nother situation. Although it's a lovely story, beautiful story, great situation, but I don't think we need to cover that. Next week, Creator willing, we'll get into that. 2 Samuel chapter 21 is a powerful chapter by its own right. It's a whole new story by its own right. And we have to get into that. But I believe we'll get into that next week, if the Most High allows it to be. All right. So at this time, Brother Brandon, could you post in the room where you found that chapter and verse for a woman shall surpass a man? All right. So we want to open the floor up, family, for any questions. Are there any questions? Any contributions? Is there anything you would like to tell us that you got out of today's lesson? Are there any questions, any contributions, anything you would like to share with us that you got out of today's lesson? Please don't be ashamed, afraid. You can speak. Please. May the Most High be praised. Who would like to share with us what they got out of today's lesson? Jeremiah 31 and 22. Oh, yeah. Prince ain't that far off. 31 and 22. Prince ain't that far off. Been a long time, but we somewhere in the ballpark, right? All right, let's see if we can find that. Jeremiah 31 and 22. Yeah, that's right, bro. Don't be ashamed to humble yourself in forgiveness. You know that's right. And he's absolutely right. There it is. Jeremiah 31, verse 22. He's absolutely right. Here it is. It says, how long will you go about, O backsliding daughter? For the Most High have created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man. That's right. In those days, that's exactly what the Father said would take place. These women will be think about it. In Isaiah, it says that 7 women shall come to one man, saying, let me be called by your name. I will provide my own food, my own clothing, my own raiment, my own shelter. That meant that they're getting money. That means that they're able to provide physically for themselves. But the one thing that they couldn't provide for themselves was the spiritual attribute of it. And only a man can provide that. A covering, a husband, in some type of way, only a man could provide those things. And she understood that. Okay? So here we go, family. Are there any questions or any comments? And Brother Brandon, thank you for pulling that scripture for us. We greatly appreciate it.
Okay, now question.
Yes.
I have went downstairs, so I think I missed this little part. But who stabbed who again, and why was Joab hunting or trying to kill a certain person? I had missed that little part.
Well, you missed a whole lot, baby. You got to go back and read that. I'll tell you a little bit about it, but it ain't going to be to its fullness until you go back. There was a man that revved up. His name was Sheba, that the children of Israel, the northern kingdom, chose to be their leader. They left Dawid, and they wanted him to rule over them.
Right.
Dawid saw that as a problem for the future. So Dawid sent Joab and his army, Amasa, with them to go kill Sheba. So when they get out there, Joab, you remember who Amasa was, right? Amasa was the one that King David just gave Joab's job to and made him captain of the army.
Right.
So Joab got him out there. Joab kissed him and killed him with a sword, stabbed him with the sword.
Oh, I thought it was the other way around. I misheard. Okay, got it.
And the man, Sheba, the women of the city, a woman of the city convinced the people of the city to kill him so that Joab and them can go back and not kill the people, not hurt the people. Explain further of the acts of reclaiming purposeful and choosing peace over chaos while pardoning Shimei, please. All right. Now the part where Shimei is 2 Kings. Let's pull it up again. 2 Kings. 2 Samuel 16 and 5. Okay, let me pull it up. 2 Samuel 16 and 5. All right. I pray that you all can see that. If it's large enough, you can see it. All right. It's going to talk about, all right, I'm going to start at verse 1. And when Dawid was a little past the top of the hill, behold, Ziba, the servant of Mephibosheth, am I in the right place? Yeah. Met him with a couple of asses, saddles, and upon him the 200 loaves of bread and 100 bunches of raisins and 100 of summer fruits and a bottle of wine. Who was Mephibosheth? Anybody know who Mephibosheth was? Does anybody remember from the lesson who Mephibosheth was?
Isn't that Yehonathan's son?
That's Yehonathan's son. Can you find a chapter and verse that explains that, please?
Okay.
I believe it's in 1 Samuel, maybe chapter 5, somewhere around there. And the king said to Ziba, what meanest thou by these? And Ziba said, these asses be for the king's household to ride on, and bread and summer fruits. For the young men to eat, the wine such be the faint for the wilderness may drink. And the king said, and where is your master's son? And Ziba said unto the king, behold, he abideth at Jerusalem, for he said, today shall be the house. This is them asking about Mephibosheth's state. Today shall be the house of Israel restored me the kingdom of my father. Then said the king of Ziba, behold, there are all that pertaineth unto Mephibosheth. And Ziba said, I humbly beseech thee that I may find grace in thy spirit, in thy sight, O my lord the king. That's correct. Mephibosheth was a son of Yehonathan, but yet the grandson of King Saul. And the chapter and verse that'll verify that for you should be right there. 2 Samuel chapter 9, 1 to 3. Okay. Verse 5. Now we're dealing with the portion of where the brother asks, explain further the action reclaiming purpose and choosing peace over chaos while pardoning Shemi's sins. Okay. Choosing peace over chaos, I guess that could be a good way of explaining it as well. So let's read on. Let me break it down for you. All right. Verse 5. Then King Dawid came to Bahurim. Behold, there came out a man of the family of the house of Saul, whose name was Shimei, the son of Gerah. He came forth and cursing still as he came. And he cast stones at Dawid. He threw stones or pebbles at Dawid and all the servants of King Dawid's servants. And all the people and all the mighty men were on his right hand and on his left hand. So the men surrounded him. And he cast stones at Dawid and all the servants of King Dawid, and all the people and all the mighty men were on his right hand and on his left hand. And thus says Shimei when he cursed. He says, come out, thou bloody man, and thou man of Belial, man of the devil, a wicked man, evil man, full of evil spirits. He's really cursing Dawid out. He's disrespecting Dawid by what he's saying and what he's doing. He says, the Most High return upon thee all the blood of the house of Saul. When he said that, the Most High return upon thee, in my mind, I'm thinking Dawid probably said, yeah, this is the punishment of the Most High. Why I'm out here in the wilderness running from my own son. That's the thought that was in my mind. But he had nothing to do with the sins of Dawid, because he didn't do anything to Dawid or Saul. He didn't do anything to Saul, so why would he have blood on the house of Saul? He says, in whose stead you now reign. And the Most High had delivered the kingdom into the hand of Absalom, your son. And behold, thou art taken in thy mischief, because thou art a bloody man. He missed the point. Well, I guess he kind of got the point. Dawid was taken in his mischief because he was a bloody man, but only because he killed Uriah, the Hittite. Only because he raped, he didn't rape. Only because he committed adultery with Uriah the Hittite's wife, then got her pregnant, and then tried to cover it up by trying to make Uriah come home to sleep with his wife as if it was Uriah's baby. And then ultimately, after he didn't sleep with his wife, Uriah would have known that his wife committed adultery. Therefore, he had Uriah put to death by sending him in the front of the war when they were at war. All of these was evil acts which would make him a bloody man. And Shimei, he called him on all that. Dawid knew he was guilty. He could have just killed Shimei because he was disrespectful to the king. But Dawid was seeking compassion from the Most High. Dawid was seeking favor from the Most High to preserve his life. Dawid was looking in the wilderness trying to survive and didn't want to bring any additional sins upon his life. So while Dawid didn't want to destroy that man, he could have, but I guess in his mind, he would have saw the Most High showing mercy upon him if the Most High had sent Shimei out there to bring and to call all of Dawid's sins to his face and tell Dawid, that's why you're running. That's why your son is in your kingdom, because of the evil acts that you did by killing this man. His blood is on your hands. He says, the Most High has returned upon thee all the blood of the house of Saul, in whose stead thou hast reigned. And the Most High had delivered the kingdom unto the king, your son, Absalom. And behold, thou art taken into the mischief, because thou art a bloody man. Then said Abishai, y'all remember Abishai, the one we just read about, that was with Joab? that helped Joab to go conquer the city? Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, now that's Joab's brother, the son of Uriah, unto the king, why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? If you read early in the scriptures, when it talks about Abishai, it talks about Joab, Amasa. It talks about all these men. It talks about how all these men was capable of killing hundreds of men by themselves without a weapon. That's how powerful these men were. So Amasa was one of those men. And to all his servants, behold, my son, which came forth from my bowels, seeketh my life. Okay, did I miss something? Okay, yes, I went too far down. Let's start at verse 10. And the king said, what have I to do with you, son of Zeruiah? So let his curse twice King Dawid said this to him. Because the Most High have said unto him, curse Dawid. Who shall then say, wherefore hast thou done so? So Dawid was saying that, for my brother, Ronald Powell, Dawid was saying, maybe the Most High sent him out to curse me. And if he's a messenger of the Most High, I can't curse him. Just on the side of precaution, Dawid said, no, don't touch him. Because if he's been selected by the Most High, who am I to question the job that the Most High gave him? It may have been the Most High who riled up his spirit. And Dawid said to Abishai and to all his servants, behold my son, which cometh forth from my bowels. He said, he seeketh my life. How much more may this Benjamite do it? Let him alone and let him curse, for the Most High have bidden him. It may be that the Most High will look for my affliction, and that the Most High will requite me or have mercy on me for good for his cursing this day. You see that, my brother Ronald Powell? You see what Dawid's mind state was? That it just may be that me allowing this man to do this, the Most High will bring blessings upon me. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. That maybe I'll receive a blessing. And then later on in the next chapter, we see, or the next couple of chapters, in 21, we see, in 20, I think it's 21, we see where Shimei came back and he asked Dawid for forgiveness. Remember that? He came back and he asked Dawid for forgiveness for what he had done. The sins that he had committed before Dawid. He asked Dawid to forgive him and to blot out his sins that he has committed. And Dawid said, okay, nobody's going to bother you. Your life is preserved. Only the Most High could have known that this was going to take place, that this thing was going to happen later. Only the Most High could have known that. And you find that, I believe it's in the 2 Samuel chapter 19. Only the Most High could have known that this thing was going to happen. So therefore, it was the Most High bearing record that David's sin was being covered. Okay, verse 20. And Shimei, the son of Gera, a Benjamite, what was a Bahorim, hasted and came down with the men of Judah to meet King Dawid. That's the same man that just cursed him a couple chapters ago in 16. And there was 1,000 men of Benjamin with him. He had 1,000 men with him. And Ziba, the servant of the house of Saul, and his 15 sons, his 20 sons with him. These men were loyal to King Saul. Even after his death, they honored the position of leadership that King Saul had. And there went over a ferry boat to carry over the king's household and to do what he thought good. And Shimei the son of Gera fell down from before the king, and he came over the Jordan, as he came over the Jordan, and said, now this is Shimei that just cussed him out. He said to the king, let not my Lord impute iniquity upon me, neither do thou remember that which thy servant did perversely the day that my Lord the king went out of Jerusalem, that the king shall take it to his mind, to his heart. For thy servant does know that I have sinned. He's confessing his sins before Dawid. So now Dawid, by sparing his life, actually got the opportunity to see this man who just cursed him out to ask for his forgiveness. It's hard for a man, for a male, to sin against another man or to sin against a man and then go back and ask that brother for forgiveness. Shimei did it on a high level, in high regards. He prostrated himself to the ground. And if I'm not mistaken, all thousands of the men with him followed his lead. And he asked Dawid before the presence of any and everybody onlookers to forgive him. That's powerful. That's how you ask a man for forgiveness. Okay, here's an even simpler way to put that. Oh, you're going to show me a simpler way. All right, let's look at this simpler way. It's choosing to be a grounded giver, someone with clear direction, not just floating around or ruled by one's feelings. Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Ronald Powell. Greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So there you have it. Be a grounded giver. All right. Any questions, any comments, anyone? Are there any more questions about anything we read today? Any of our lessons? Thank you, Brother Powell, Ronald Powell. Thank you. May the Most High be praised. Peace be unto you also. It's like Lakely Shalom. Lakely Shalom. Thank you very much. And thank you for the advice. We appreciate it. The breaking down of the scriptures. We appreciate it. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? It was a great reading today. We read for a long time. We covered so many subjects and so many different intricate lessons were taught today. Iman, did you have a question or comment?
Oh, I was just have a comment. I don't have a question. The part that stood out to me was when the people talked about Melech Dawid when he was crying out for his son, and how they went to Abishai. You know, what I didn't hear or what I didn't see in the reading was they didn't just mumble amongst themselves, but they went to someone that they knew that Melech Dawid would listen to.
They went to
Joab. Yeah, I'm sorry. And but I like that instead of them going amongst themselves and talking against the king.
Well, the law prohibited them from knowing that, and they was falling in alignment with the law.
Right.
But you're right. Very good point.
I like that was brought out because that's the lesson. Well, that's part of the lesson in it is, you know, yeah, you may have complaints about how leadership is done, but the best way to bring it out or to have correction is to bring it to another person of authority who can speak directly to the king in a respectful manner. And so I appreciated that. I also appreciated just the different points of, of course you appreciate seeing his, I guess, his sensitiveness of his son's passing. But I appreciated the fact that it wasn't, that the people just didn't follow him in that passing because they understood that he's showing his weakness right now. And in that weakness, they could have taken over. They could have done a whole lot of different things. So I just appreciated that, the whole process of what took place. They still believed in King and Melech Dawid. However, they just did not appreciate the fact that, all the sacrifices they did, and for him to mourn his son in a manner as like this man wasn't wicked and all the things he had done, which could have truly, and in some ways, I'm sure, had negative, destruction in the land for even their people. But if Absalom had lived and this war kept going or them running, it could have caused more and more problems. So I think, in their eyes, they were looking at the whole matter of it. And I just felt like, sometimes we point out a child can be your weakness and your true enemy will take advantage of that. And it showed that, his people truly loved him. That's why they corrected him. And that to me stood out, the love that they had for him and the respect. But it also pointed out that, yeah, some leaders, their children are their weakness. And that's what's gonna, what can be rather the downfall of a nation is a person's weakness, and those who follow him, if they allow that weakness, to stand. So
Absolutely right. So the key to that is, as a leader, try to prevent from being weak and showing signs of weakness.
mhm.
I say the same thing as a father. As a father and as a husband.
Yeah.
For a man to not be able to control his follicle is a sign of weakness. And if you slinging and slaying everything that comes by, your wife will not respect you for that. Your children will not respect you for that. Matter of fact, you'll be giving your children bad indicators of what a man looks like. And they won't recognize that you're not a man, you're a male. They won't be able to understand or discern that. Therefore, they'll grow up imitating your manly figures and be doing the same thing you was doing.
Okay.
And Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. Is there any other questions or comments, family?
Aim Kitter says communal loyalty to leadership is essential in order for a nation or community to thrive.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Eh?
And Brother Ronald says, one more question, Brother Israel. Can you explain why the devil make everyone busy, self-critical, divided, impatient, and anxious, all while they're convinced they're living their best lives?
All right. Let's listen. This don't have to be your last question, bro. Whatever it is that you want to ask questions about, you can ask questions. But don't give too much credit to the devil. We have been taught that the devil this, the devil that. The devil is doing exactly what the Creator made him to do. He can't do anything that the Most High don't allow him to do. Okay? So therefore, who is the devil? In Hebrew, he's Hasatan. The word is Hasatan. Hasatan is an adversary or an opposer to man. He's an adversary. What do you mean he's an adversary, Prince? He's an adversary to man, which means that he was made by the Creator to oppose man, to get man to fall in his weaknesses, to get man to be seen if he's worthy or not, to tempt man to sin against the Almighty. He's doing what he was made to do. That doesn't make him evil. But what I will say is, a lot of us, we give him too much credit by giving in to our weaker vessels, our weaker inclination. Because if the adversary wants to test you to do something against the Creator, he ain't going to test you with something that you don't desire anyway. So all he does is he looks inside you and he watches your behavior, your characteristics, and he knows what you're thinking. And what you do is you feed him the device. The Creator says in the book of Genesis, the 2nd chapter, when he was talking to Cain, 4th chapter, 3rd chapter, I believe it is. I believe it's the 3rd chapter. When he was talking to Cain, he said, sin lieth at the door, knocking, just trying to get in. He says, but you can rule over him. The adversary is testing you based on the things that you already desire in your spirit to see if he can implant, either put something there or cause you to act upon what's already there. Can you explain why the devil makes everybody busy? It's not the devil. People's mind dwell on wickedness. They might not act on it, but it's in their spirit for most people. But some of them are too coward to act on it. Some of them are too embarrassed to act on it. Some of them too ashamed to act on it, but it's in their spirit. The adversary knows it's there. All he does is he entices you to want to go and act upon it. So don't give the credit to the adversary like he's doing something. If we want to destroy the adversarial power that he has, then all we have to do is the opposite of what he's telling us to do. Clean up our spirit so that we're not meditating and focusing our desires on wicked things. And if we can do that, the adversary is defeated. And I like your question. A lot of people live like that while they think they're living their best life. They're evil, they're wicked, selfishness. Divided, impatient, anxious, hateful, separated. And the self-critical, I will need you to clarify that self-critical, because most of our people are not self. They don't critique themselves. They critique everything, everyone and everything around them, outside them, but they don't look at themselves and see what they need to do to better themselves. So I don't know if you mistyped the word, or I don't know, but most of our people are not that way. So here we go. That's the whole situation of how the adversarial works. The adversarial energy, how Satan, that's how he works. He's only doing what the Creator made him to do. He's more obedient to the Creator than we are, because he was designed, he was made to be a tempter of man. And that's what he does 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 364 days a year. He's doing what he was made to do. It's us who are not doing what we were made to do. All right. So basically, you're saying that we should prioritize our inner peace, right? Absolutely. Your inner peace, your inner righteousness, your sanctity, your sainthood, your holiness. Get on a level of spirituality where you focus not on evil and negative things. Now, don't be a fool about anything. You still maintain that portion of discipline in you, that if you need to execute something with precision and accuracy, then you execute it. Okay? But yes, we should prioritize our inner peace at all times. All right, Aim Kater, Shabbat Shalom, Aim. Can someone be anointed to bring adversity or harm upon a person or people? Absolutely. That's absolutely true. Someone can be anointed. You know, that delves into this meditation that I was on the other day, that I think a lot of people misunderstood my explanation of this. So I think I need to get into a little bit more. Can someone be anointed to bring adversity or harm upon a person or people? Let me find something for you that I'm looking for. All right, I got it. And that's where I thought it was. But let me go there. All right. Let me approach this, and let me give my explanation first, and then I'll say what it is that I need to say. Y'all with me? All right, y'all see that chapter in front of y'all? 1 Kings chapter 22. This is probably the first time that some of you ever heard this, but we're going to read this. And AIM, this addresses the question that you're asking. Can someone be anointed to bring adversity or harm upon a person or people? And here we go. Shabbat Shalom, AIM Sakari, Imam Sakari, Shabbat Shalom. We're in 1 Kings chapter 22. And this is a conversation that took place in the heavenly order. And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, did I not tell thee that he would prophesy no good concerning me, but evil? And he said, hear now therefore the words of the Most High. Now this is the prophet Micaiah speaking to King Ahab. I saw the Most High sitting on his throne. This is the prophet of the Most High. His name was Micaiah, speaking to the king Ahab. And all the hosts of Israel standing by him on his right hand and on his left. And the Most High said, now AIM, this is directly toward your question. The Most High said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and die at Ramoth Gilead? Now, if this one decided that, the Creator said, who, if one volunteers and the Most High says, all right, you go do it, then he was anointed by the Most High to bring death and calamity upon somebody else. You understand me, AIM? You with me? But I'm going to get into this because this is deep. And I'm thanking you, AIM, for bringing that question up. That he may go and die at Ramoth Gilead. And one said on this matter, and one said on that matter. And there came forth a spirit. Now, one said on this matter, one said on that matter. These are all the spirits of the Most High, different spirits, angels, all conversating, trying to convince the Most High how they can go and cause Ahab to die. This is a conversation taking place in the heavens. And the Most High said unto him, and there came forth a spirit and stood before the Most High and said, I will persuade him. And the Most High asks him, how, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. He said, and the Most High is going to allow this to happen. So someone can come and be a lying spirit, cozy, boozy, talk real good to you, get on your side and be your friend just to try to take you out. I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him and prevail also. Go forth and do so. Right there is where he was being anointed by the Most High. He had just, anointing means that you're chosen. And this one right here was just chosen by the Most High to fulfill that task, to bring calamity and destruction upon a man's life. And he did just that. Now, why do I find this chapter so interesting right now? Because a couple of weeks ago, we had a conversation. And I want y'all to listen carefully to what I'm saying. And I want you to take it back to whoever you want to take it back to. I just don't want you to be afraid or frightened. A couple of weeks ago, we had a conversation. And in that conversation, I explained to all of us, everyone, that an angel and a demon was one and the same. And I noticed that next week, a lot of people that was in the class didn't show up because I taught that. And that was in my spirit all week that I should address that. This chapter, the question that AIM brought out, caused me to bring this explanation to expound on my definition of how an angel and a demon can be one and the same. The angel is a demon and a demon is an angel. It's all on how you see them. If he's an angel to you, he's going to be that angel that protects you from all evil and negativity. So while he's protecting you and defeating your enemies, he's a demon to your enemies. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? And vice versa. If an angel is coming to destroy you, he's a demon to you, but he's an angel to whomever he's defending. And I gave an example about the children of Israel when they were in the wilderness, that the angel that protected them by day and by night, he was a pillar of cloud by day and he was a fire at night, but he protected and he separated the children of Israel from the Egyptians. Well, that same angel looked out of the cloud, and when he looked out of the cloud, the Egyptians were afraid. They became fearful. He was an angel to us, but he was a demon to them. And that's my example. This is just a few scriptures. And that's one of the reasons why you never see the word demon in the scriptures. You never see it. You never see the word demon in the scriptures because you see it, but you don't understand that you see it because it don't say D-E-M-O-N. It says the angels of the Persians, or to say an evil spirit or a wicked spirit. That's a demon. But at the same time, depending on what their purpose is, they could be considered angels. And I pray that you all understand. So the devil uses flatteries and lies to blind you from truth, leading straight to disaster. Ahab chose pleasing lies over harsh reality and paid the price. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. But see, you got to remember this too. Ahab was a wicked king. He was wicked. The Most High had told him about his wickedness and he refused to change his ways. Therefore, the Most High allowed that angel to become a demon to confuse him and cause him to die. That's true. I've never seen demon in scripture, and you're not going to because it's not there. Unless you look at the New Testament, you might find something. Must be a Christian concept for control. Maybe. So I pray that my explanation of these things have helped you all to draw closer to the Most High and have a better understanding of the realities of the Most High's world. Angels and demons are one and the same. What is an angel to you that protects you is a demon to your adversary or anybody that's trying to hurt you. You know what? Scripture speaks about a cherubim. What is a cherubim? Anybody know what a cherub? Matter of fact, look up the definition of cherubim for me, somebody, and post it in the room and tell me what a cherub is. C-H-E-R-U-B. C-H-E-R-U-B. Somebody post what a cherub is. And this might even help to clear up what your understanding needs to be, or your foggy mind. It might help to clear it up. A cherub, I don't know if the European man wrote it in a book somewhere, but you can go look it up and see. But a cherub is a warrior angel. And that's why every time they describe cherubs or cherubim, every time they describe them, it has swords. These big, gigantic, mighty wings and swords. And they just destroy, they tear up, they rip down. Well, that ain't the Christian concept of an angel, is it? You would think that angels are peaceful and lollygally flying with their little wings and playing harps and singing and dancing. That's not the reality. That's not what a cherub is. Now, there are different types of angels. You have seraphim, you have cherubim. There are different types. All right, let's see what's been written. In the Bible, cherubs are depicted as powerful celestial beings associated with the Creator's presence and throne. They are often described as having multi-faces, wings, and animalistic features. And they play various roles, including guarding sacred spaces and carrying the Creator's throne. Cherubims are mentioned throughout both Old and New Testament, appearing in contexts ranging from the Garden of Eden. They what? They are protectors. They're guardian angels in the heavenly realm. They are warriors. Cherubims are warriors. In the Bible, cherubims are what you putting the same thing up?
It
All right.
kept posting.
Kept printing. Okay. All right. So that's what cherubims are. Cherubims are warrior angels. A cherub is a high-ranking winged angel, often described with a mix of human and animal-like features. Yeah, they're saying all that, and that's simple, but I want them to go into the crutch of it, what cherubims are for. And the one that Iman read, the one that she posted, talks about their protectors. That's what they do. And that's what they are. They guarding things. They're warriors. They're soldiers. They will fight. And of course, they have multitask. They do different things. But particularly, they guard things. Like, for example, Moshe built the Ark of the Covenant and placed it in the holies of holies underneath the wings of a cherubim. And that cherubim was to protect the Ark of the Covenant. His wings spread from one wall to the next. He was a giant cherubim with a flaming sword. And that's what their job was. So we rely on our oppressors so much for the truth of the Most High that we believe in lies. Like, that's part of the reason why many of us worship the creation over the Creator, because our oppressors gave us that. And we worship the creation and then try to say that the creation is the Creator. And that's not the way it is. It doesn't go that way. That's what the Europeans gave us. All right. Any more questions or comments, family? Did I miss any questions? Sister Ornette, I see you here. Shabbat Shalom. Did you have any questions? I think you might have missed the whole lesson, though, but sometimes you be up in the room quiet and just don't say nothing. So if you have any questions, sis, now will be the time. We're taking questions and comments. Even if you got a comment about today's lesson, we can do that as well. These are essentially powerful, direct servants of the Most High, often involved in guarding his presence and sacred places. Absolutely. Where'd you get that from? Was that on the internet? But that's a good one. That's exactly what they do. All right. If there are no more questions or comments, we ask that everybody will go and please like, share, and subscribe the page. Please like, share, and subscribe. We're trying to get that algorithm up. We got to get that algorithm up. The more people that visit on a daily, the more our algorithm will be increased. Anybody, do you have a question, a comment?
Oh, when you're done.
Is there?
When you are done.
I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, I did want to remind everybody to like, share, and comment, as you said. Press the bell for notifications. That keeps you in tune with what we're doing, because we do go live on holy, set-apart days outside of Shabbat. And we may have special classes that we may host. Also, I would like for, if you would like a prayer to request prayer for throughout the week on the Shabbat days that we come together, our email is at the bottom of this, what's scrolling across the screen right now, BeulahLandTempleKefarim@gmail.com. I know we did have a special prayer request, Abba, from Zaquina Laurel and Kitar. Their father is in surgery at the moment, and so they would like for us to add them to our prayer today, that he is a successful surgery and his healing, is immaculate in due time, and that the Most High be with him. But if anyone has prayer that they request, you all can email it to us. You can text us if you know our numbers, DM us, and we'll make sure that as long as it's with permission of the one you're requesting the prayer for, we can do our best to go before the Most High on your behalf. Then, of course, I did want to remind everybody that I know it's summertime. However, preparation is key. And so we do have our holy days coming up that come in the fall time. Sorry, I'm pulling up the calendar so I can give y'all the exact dates. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yom Teruah.
Yes, Yom Teruah is September 24th, I believe, from my memory. But I always like to just look directly at the calendar. I don't know why it's not coming up. It just was up on my thing, but and then we have Yom Kippurim after that. It's saying that I just was on the website, Abba, and now it's saying it's unavailable. So I'm not sure what's happening.
I'll check it out later.
Okay. However, Yom Kippur is after that. Then we have Sukkot. I believe Yom Kippur, if my memory serves, it's October 8th. But don't quote me on that because I have to look at the calendar to be exact. But I was just trying to pull it up. Again, I was just on it and I'm not sure what happened. And then, oh, you have it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure why it's not coming up. It is saying I'm having internet issues over here.
Right.
Also, what's the date for Yom Kippur?
The 3rd.
The 3rd. Okay, October 3rd is Yom Kippurim. And then Sukkot, what's the date, Saba?
Okay, Yom Teruah is September the 24th, all day.
Mm-hmm.
Yom Kippur is October the 3rd, all day.
Mm-hmm.
First day of Chag Sukkot is on October the 8th, all day. Shmini Atzeret, the last day, is October the 15th, all day.
Okay.
But remember, all this pertains to...
Yes, the sightings.
Yes.
Yes. So those are tentative according to estimation of time and dates and the moon sightings. So Most High willing, the estimation is accurate or close to accurate by 1 or 2 days, but we'll keep you all posted. But I'm giving out those dates because we do keep those set apart dates here on the land, and just as preparation for you all to be aware of the dates coming forward. And if you would like to reach out to us about coming and participating in the dates, you may do so during, you may communicate with us by email, telephone, text, any way that you already have communication with us. Sisters, you're welcome to communicate with us. Brothers, please direct your communication to my Ish here, and then we will come together to discuss the holy days and what will take place. But just an invitation to those who may desire to come and spend your holy days on the land with us. And I believe that's all the announcement I have at this moment.
All right. So are there any other questions or concerns, family, before we close it out for the day? Do you all come down south to spread the knowledge? Down south where, Brother Ronald? Where are you talking about down south? Give us a city and state, Brother Ronald. Let us know what you're talking about. If there are no other questions or comments, after we finish with Brother Ronald, we're going to go into prayer and we're going to close it out for the day. But if you have any other questions or comments, now is the time. Please bring them. About anything that you may have questioned during this walk or in your life as a regular person not knowing this truth. Brother Ronald, you're asking a question. Do we ever come down south? Where down south are you speaking of? Oh, New Orleans? Well, my wife was just in New Orleans a couple months ago.
Why you got water over here?
Okay, bro. No, we haven't been in New Orleans to speak about the Almighty. Maybe one day you could set something up like that real nice if you got a place down there and you want us to come. Maybe we can come down and visit and speak. But we got to build a relationship for all that, right? We got to get to know each other on some other instances before we do that. But we will be pleased and honored to come down and teach. And I don't know of anyone else, any other congregations that are in New Orleans. Oh yeah, my wife, when she was there, she came across some Israelites, but I don't know if they were from there. She is here now, so I will ask her to speak on that.
Shalom. So when I did call some elders that I knew in New Orleans. They don't have they don't have a building, a congregation. They usually congregate within themselves in their homes and come together on holy set apart days like the Kadosh days. I believe they may have a Zoom call or something. I sent you his number though, but I can send it to you again if you want to reach out to Brother Ronald and give it to him. His the elder's name is Zaquane Zohar. But yeah.
All right. What a blessing. So there you go, Brother Ronald. We got some people down there you might can fellowship with. Are you aware of Zaquane Zohar, the elder who teaches out there in New Orleans? Okay. If not, hit me up on Facebook and okay. Are we friends on Facebook, Brother Ronald? If we're friends on Facebook, hit me up in Messenger and I'll get that information to you. Of course, I'll reach out to him to make sure it's okay first. And then maybe one day we can meet in person in that place. But if you ever come to Georgia or Philadelphia or Cincinnati or New York or Baltimore or Virginia or South Carolina, North Carolina, we got places for you to go to. So you look me up, you hit me up, and we'll have somewhere for you to be. All right. Are we not friends on Facebook? Hold on a second. All right, let me see. Are you underneath Ronald Powell on Facebook? Are you underneath of the name Ronald Powell? Are you on a picture? Are you on Facebook with a picture holding a bird? What's your Facebook page look like? How would I recognize your Facebook page when I see it? Tell me what that little picture look like. You ain't gonna find my name. My name is in Hebrew. But you can look it up and see if you see it. But my name is in Hebrew, so you might not find it. Tell me what your picture look like on your Facebook page. You got an EM22, EM23 as your page? Is that you? Or is it you with an afro?
He said he has headphones on.
Headphones on? All right, let me check. All right, so all the ones I see so far, I don't see nothing with headphones on. All right, this is what I want you to do, Ronald Powell. Oh, I got it. Yeah, I'm sending you a hit now. I just sent it. He got headphones on. You sure do. May the Most High be praised. All right, I just sent you the link, bro. All right, I just sent it to you. So you see it. My name is in Hebrew. And my name means slave of the Most High, servant of the Most High. So you hit that, you accept that, and then I know that we good. Yep, you got it. That's the right one. May the Most High be praised. All right, so what you do is you hit me in Messenger when you come to the States, but hit me before you come so I can make people aware that you're coming. All right, so we can have you in proper association with other Israelites that you might want to get to know and be a part of. And we ourselves, we're in our home bases in Georgia now, Sparta, Georgia. So that's another place you might be interested in coming, but we got to get to know each other before all those things transpire. All right. So may the Most High be praised. And we thank you all for coming out, being a part of this community on this day, asking that the glory of the Most High will be with you, that the Most High will bring blessings upon your life. And now we're going to make prayer to Tefillah before we go, as we go to the Most High. So we all rise and face the east. So now when we make prayer in our homes, wherever else we pray, we ask the Creator for permission to approach his throne, but we also try to pray in the dark. And we do that because Scripture says that the Most High dwells in thick darkness. Therefore, when you approach the Most High, you want to, in my opinion, you will want to emulate where Scripture says the Most High dwells. Okay? Most High, great King, Master, King and ruler over all things, we humble ourselves before you, and we ask for permission to approach unto your throne. Father, owner and possessor of all souls, we humble ourselves before you on this day. We give you praise, glory, honor, and respect, asking that you will forgive us of our sins and our iniquities, that you would blot out our transgressions from before you, that you will heal us in the loins of our minds, that all of our actions, all of our thoughts, and all of our deeds will be found acceptable, pleasing in your sight. Help us, Father, to transform from what we used to be unto what you would have for us to be at this day and time. Creator, we send out a special prayer for our Abba, the great one, the father of Ain Keter and Sister Laurel. Please, O Most High, allow his will to be fulfilled in this surgery that he's having today. Allow the desires of his loved ones in righteousness to come to pass. If it is your will, Father, we ask that you would send your holy angels to that place to protect him, to be with him, to guide the hands of the doctors that you have performing the surgery on him on this day. Restore him to greatness that he might heal from his sickness or his illness or whatever it is, the reason why they may be performing surgery. Heal him and then bring him to this place where we can hear his voice and embrace his spirit. Thank you, O Most High, great King, for being so loving to your people, so gentle and so merciful to all those who have set their minds in walking in the direction of you in truth and righteousness. Please, Father, please have your way with us. Please unite Israel in the four corners of the earth, that we might come together and build a stronghold and build and create a great bond with each other that will be unpenetratable and unshakable by anybody who opposes your truth. Help us, Father, in the different walks of life that we have, to build something sacred and special that can be cherished and honored before you. Because of all of our differences, so many of us walk in different places, different directions. But we know that in your infinite wisdom, we know that there is a place that we all can meet, where we can begin to work together, to build together, to support each other. In that place, we ask that you would create and build and operate and function and allow your spirit to reside in that place, so that your people who seek after you in truth, but just may have a difference of opinion with their brothers and sisters, can come to this place and unite. Even if it's just us building a market, planting a garden, building a school, a hospital, a grocery store, whatever it might be that we need as a people. Help us to find this place of commonality that we can begin the process of working on, to give you the highest praise, glory, and honor. That we don't leave our children as our parents have left us in most cases, with not a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Please, O Most High, place it within our minds and within our spirits that we will build something, a great legacy for our children for 1,000 years to come, to reap the benefits of. For thou art great, thou art mighty, thou art our King. And we humble ourselves before you, and we all say, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbah. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. Toda Rabbah.
Yeah.
Toda Rabbah. Imakateh.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Toda Rabbah. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom, everyone. May the Most High be with you all.
Hallelujah.
May the Most High bless you all and strengthen you all. Until the next time we meet here on the Shabbat day.
Friends, I love you.
I love you too. And also, family, please don't forget that, well, you might not know, you might not be aware, but last week we did another class in New York. In Ohio.
I love you.
So you might want to look through the classes. Last week's class, we had 2 classes last week, one with one community and one with another community. And I believe they both was a house of Israel. The second part of the class, the second lesson, was at a spare in a moment. We didn't know it was going to happen the way that it did, but it did. And we're grateful and thankful that it did. It was a beautiful thing. Both classes was a beautiful thing. The second class, I did have the opportunity to speak, and it's recorded, and it's on the page, on the Beulah Temple Kephirim page. So Shabbat Shalom, everyone. May the Most High be with you all.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Shalom, shalom.
Zaquina Abba.
Yes.
Oh, Zaquina Laurel said she just wanted me to update. She said, hello, family. The surgeon just came in and told us that the surgery was a success. The PEG tube is in place and Dad can start eating tomorrow. Please praise the Creator. Thank you for your continued prayers for Dad's road to recovery.
Now that's what I call speedy.
Hallelujah.
That's what I call speedy. That was quick. Thank you, Creator. Thank you, Creator. What a blessing. Great. Wonderful. All right.
Okay.
So if there are no more questions and comments, family, we're going to close out for the day.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Lala tov.
Shabbat shalom.